Okay. Good morning, folks. Calling to order the May MTA joint meeting of the Board, the Transit Committee, the Joint Railroad Committee, the Bridges and Tunnels, Capital Program, Finance, Audit, and Corporate Governance Committees. In addition, this meeting will serve as the annual meeting of FIMTAC, which is MTA's captive insurer. The full name is the First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company. We'll start with the safety announcement, Jonathan, and then we're going to hear from public speakers. Go ahead.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Megan, are you moderating? Go ahead, please.
Good morning, and welcome to the MTA Joint Committee and Board Meetings public comment section. We have 22 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask all members of the public speakers to adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Jason Anthony, and our next speaker will be Betsy Plum.
Good morning, General. Good morning, Megan. And good morning, everyone. Jason Anthony here from the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. Luckily, the Long Island Railroad strike ended with a good resolution because I was following it since it started. Well, May and the summer is beginning. I would love to tell those 5 unions that the next time they strike, that they will take from the strike fund and pay the ride of every single passenger that gets stranded. Because while Saturday morning, when I arrived to Penn Station, I encountered one little lady that wanted to go to Kings Park, and I asked myself why these people are protesting in circles instead of bargaining at midnight or 3 in the morning. Because when I get up every Saturday to go to work, I get up at 3 in the morning. These people could have been bargaining. And I asked a union rep, why could you guys could have been bargaining at 3 in the morning and get all this resolved before Tuesday? Well, the issue has been resolved, but next time consider riders, especially those with disabilities, the elderly, and veterans. So that's all I have to say for this month. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Betsy Plum, followed by Oliver Chesler.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Plum. I'm the Executive Director of Riders Alliance. We spend a lot of time talking to riders who are working incredibly hard and still falling behind. New Yorkers picking up extra shifts, parents skipping meals, workers calculating whether they can afford, another trip before payday, standing at the bus stop already anxious about how they're going to make ends meet to keep moving. Chair Lieber, you often say that transit is what makes New York affordable. And you're right. This city would not work for working people without transit. But right now, it is becoming too unaffordable, for too many. 1 in 5 New Yorkers struggles to pay the fare. And at the exact same moment that that hardship is growing, fare enforcement, especially the use of Eagle teams, is growing too. That makes expanding fair fares not just important, but urgent. A recent MTA report acknowledged something that should compel that urgency. A New Yorker working full-time at a minimum wage job earns too much to qualify for fair fares. Think about that for a moment. Someone can work full-time in New York City, earning the very minimum that we allow an employer to pay, do everything that we ask of them, and still not make enough to afford the bus and subway system they depend to get to work in the first place. That is why we are fighting for the city to expand eligibility to 300% of the federal poverty level, in addition to automatically enrolling eligible riders and making fares free for the lowest income New Yorkers. We know that the MTA has long supported this program. Thank you, especially in your blue ribbon panel on fare evasion. But I want to ask you to do all that is within each of your power as stewards of this system to push for the expansion, especially to 300% of the federal poverty level. This is the moment to clearly say that equity cannot come after enforcement. If we fail to expand fair fares while increasing enforcement,
Please
we will
conclude your
force
remarks.
some of the hardest working New Yorkers into some of the hardest decisions.
Thank
in New
you.
York.
Our next speaker is Oliver Chesler, followed by Jeremiah Gonzalez. Oliver Chesler. Our next speaker is Jeremiah Gonzalez, followed by Christopher Grafe.
It's been a long time since I was here. Hey, folks. I actually got a new job, and actually today is my first formal day, and very happy about that. I'm very happy also that I got fair fares, which will allow me to get to that job. The problem is that I don't want an extra weight on my shoulder in terms of fares, because if I earn enough to try and get by, but enough to excuse me, if I earn enough to get by, I might be over the limit for fair fares, which means I'll have to pay more for my fare, which means I might risk either being late, trying to figure out if I have money on my card. That's not going to be good for me, because then I'll be late to where I need to go. My performance will suffer. It's not going to end well, right? This job will actually require me to take public transportation to places like Brooklyn, Queens, maybe even farther than that. And I don't want to be late to those appointments. I do not want to be late, lest I risk not being paid, lest I risk having to find another job, which is a very difficult thing as it is. So my kind of situation might be a little bit similar to a lot of folks who rely on public transportation to get where they need to go, and don't want to be late to appointments lest they risk not being paid, or lest they risk consequences, their health, what have you. So I ask this board to please try and expand fair fares as much as you can, and try to give as many New Yorkers the ability to contribute to this economy, to contribute to this subway system and to the MTA as much as we can. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Christopher Grafe, followed by Oliver Chesler. Please unmute yourself.
And that's what I was trying to do. Good morning, everyone. This is Christopher G. Bright, live at Church Avenue. As I'm really glad that the union has finally, it's over. I'm glad now we can use the Long Island Railroad and to remind them that I hope they remember that seniors and people with disability were stranded those days. But I do want to thank our Long Island Railroad and MTA. Thank you for making sure those buses were fully accessible and getting to there where they have to go. But still, in one way, is we still need to make it very clear that it did hurt us those days. Just be glad it wasn't winter or snowing or other severe weather. Also, as we're talking about safety quickly, I just hope we see more guards coming in. And yes, I put this in the app so many times, so many places I do it, and I make sure that it's in there on the record. We just need to see more guards at the accessibility gate areas because right now there's been not a lot, and I have collected for certain stations that are heavy ridership. But I also do want to thank NYPD MTA Police because during that time they did assist someone who was in a wheelchair and did direct them to a person, then I can get them to the other side. And I have to say thank you to the NYPD and the local precincts who are at stations. Just I hope that in the coming future we can work together and make it clear to elected officials and HRA that fair fares needs to be added more, as well as for seniors who want to use accessorize. Because remember, once they're 65, they have to pay now $3 again. I have said this before and before again. We need to make sure that fair fares is fully able. If they're going to insult the seniors during the city council hearing, they should be ashamed of themselves. And I really wish they can understand that how to work with us as a team, not criticizing us. Because remember, seniors and people with disabilities and veterans are there for a reason. So thank you, everyone. Happy Memorial Day, and sorry I cannot be there.
Our next speaker will be Oliver Chesler, followed by remote speaker Jesse Figueroa.
Good morning. This strike did not need to happen. I mean, there's money everywhere. And also, I would like to share an experience of a story of something that was, quite frankly, if there was... So basically, I was at Bayshore on Monday, and I was going back the other way, going back to the city, and the guy came on we went on the bus, and we sat down, and the guy basically came on the bus and was like, yo, this driver's legally out of time that he can drive. So they got us all in minivans. But the thing is with those minivans is that they were not ADA accessible. And therefore, if there was a wheelchair on the bus, we would have had a serious issue. Thank you so much. Happy Memorial Day.
Our next speaker is remote speaker Jesse Figueroa, followed by remote speaker Miriam Fisher.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jesse Figueroa, U.S. Army veteran and accessibility transportation advocate. As we meet today, we pause to honor Memorial Day and the men and women who gave their lives in service to our country. Their sacrifice protects the freedoms and opportunities that public transit helps uphold every day. Many were New Yorkers, transit workers, commuters, veterans, and family members whose legacy lives through our commitment to serving the city. May we carry their memory with gratitude and purpose. I'm there today with you in person. I'm attending a Memorial Day event for the kids in Staten Island for our veterans. I'd like to say have a safe Memorial Day, everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is remote speaker Miriam Fisher, followed by remote speaker Abraham Cruz.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I support the disability activists who rallied in front of the MTA building for better subway elevator maintenance. A lawyer for the activists has said, we are pleased that the court recognized that the MTA failed to prove that it provides adequate notifications to riders with disabilities or to adequately train the employees, and we will continue to fight to ensure that subway elevators work. We also need announcements of outages on the loudspeakers, on the trains, the platforms, on the digital displays that tell us when the next train is coming. They could also include elevator outages. Riders with disabilities get stranded sometimes for hours and need to call emergency medical services. Emergency medical services should not be for stranded riders, but for people with heart attacks and strokes. It's an emergency. Also, I want to address some of the issues around better bus stops. I applaud the DOT for seats at all bus stops, and they're called seats a human right. But we also need shelters, not standing in the severe heat, severe snow, severe rain, waiting for the next bus by lonely bus stops that tell us, lonely poles that just tell us that we're by bus stops. We need both seats and we need shelters. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker will be remote speaker Abraham Cruz, followed by Lisa Daglin.
Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be joining you remotely. I'd like to make a request to the MTA Board to commit to working with the New York City Council to expand the Fair Fares program and access for low-income New Yorkers to the transit system. We know that this mayor and his administration have committed to fast and free busing as a campaign promise, and that the MTA has not necessarily been on the same page on that matter, but something the MTA is on the same page with the administration on is affordability, and the Fair Fares program actively expands affordability and reduces the risk of Black and brown New Yorkers being criminalized for not being able to afford the fare. So I would like to ask this board to please commit to working with the City Council on expanding the program. I would also like to ask the MTA Board to commit to improvements to bus service overnight, especially in transit deserts. I was in East New York the other night trying to make it to Broadway Junction and was left stranded as early as 10 p.m. in the city that never sleeps because the next bus wouldn't come for another 42 minutes. I refused to pay $20 to take a taxi to the same location, so I ended up just walking, which was still faster than waiting for the bus at that location. I would also like to ask the MTA to commit to expanding bus access between Queens and the Bronx. There are functionally 2 bus lines that service both boroughs. They're right next to each other. There are more bridges than that the MTA operates between both boroughs, and maybe the MTA should consider running more buses between the South Bronx and Astoria. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglin, followed by Michael Acevedo.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. The critical importance of the Long Island Railroad to Long Islanders became crystal clear over the course of the strike and the days leading up to it. The role the railroad plays in moving hundreds of thousands of daily commuters and to the region's economy cannot be over or understated. In the days leading up to 12:01 on May 16th, riders wondered if they'd be able to get to work, appointments, graduations, school, see the Mets, Yankees, the Knicks. At the beginning and end of the day, people just want to get where they're going and home again. To the MTA, Long Island Railroad, and union leadership, especially Governor Hochul, you collectively got it done, and for that, we thank you. From all we've heard, you came to consensus on a contract that's in the best interest of the entire region, that doesn't break the bank, that helps bridge the affordability gap for workers, and won't increase fares or reduce service for riders. We also hope the board will vote to prorate refunds for the entirety of missed service, including the weekend. A tremendous shout out also goes to rock stars like Charlie Zen, who organized the buses and teams that staffed them, working long hours in the hot sun and behind the scenes. We're happy to join them in the mornings and also be on the first train from Jamaica to Atlantic Terminal yesterday. And the workers couldn't have been happier to see the riders return. As the official voice of riders and the LARCC, please know that we appreciate you all. And even as this consumed much of our focus, other important issues moved ahead this month, like the city budget, where Speaker Menon and the council continued to fight for expanded and improving fair fares. We're committed to working with them for increasing and expanding eligibility and automatic enrollment. Let's make fair fares more fair for more people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Acevedo, followed by Solomon Blecher.
Hi, guys. My name is Mr. Michael Acevedo. I live in Manhattan. City Field Station is the worst station in the world for the disabled. They don't leave that station open at all. I think baseball games, whatever, I got stranded twice. Almost third time. That station should be open no matter what. And it's very aggravating that open an hour and a half before. That's what I've been told. Or use Accessori to go there. I was so hurt. I shouldn't have to be told by a train conductor that. And I had to hold up the train for them to open the gate. I swear I did not care. I did it. And I finally got them to open that damn gate. Why isn't the city field open on game day no matter what time it is? I never heard such a thing. That station should be open no matter what. You can't even go to the Queens to go down the hill there to get off. It's disgusting. And Atlantic Avenue subway, you can't even get on the 2 and 3 train over there. I was stranded. I had to go back out. Why don't train conductors or station agents know why elevators are not out or are being fixed? That's another thing. I have a picture of what the sign said. What you have to go through to get on a damn train, to go all the way around. That should not be. Every station that is on that elevated maintenance is happening, they should know. Or the train has to make announcements. It's ridiculous. I wish I can go around with somebody from the transit and show them what the train stations are like. It's terrible. I want something done at that City Field station to have that open. It's disgusting. That you could at least do. It doesn't cost money to leave a station open. No matter what.
Please conclude your
do
remarks.
something.
Our next speaker will be Solomon Bletcher, followed by Alexis Foote.
Hello, I'm Solomon Bleck. Oh, is this on? Okay. I'm Solomon Blecker, and I'm here to speak with Riders Alliance about the Fair Fares program. I believe that the MTA needs to make the Fair Fares program more accessible to people, considering how many people who are eligible have not received it. It should be sent in the mail to everyone, and it shouldn't require you to go into an office, which so many people do not have the time to do in order to receive the cards. In addition, it should be, the free fares should be increased to 150% of the poverty line and 300% for half-priced fares in order to combat fare evasion instead of having to criminalize so many people, especially considering how many of those people are already marginalized in other ways. We shouldn't have to rely on police for catching fare evasion. We should make it so that people don't feel the pain of having to evade the fare. Thank you. And that's it.
Our next speaker is Alexis Foote, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning, MTA committee and regular board members. I'm Alexis Smallwood-Foote, a wife, a mom, community activist, and the founder of the Real Edgemere Community Land Trust, which is residents acquiring land. I'm writing to support the expansion of fair fares. My family and I have been having difficulties traveling around because we don't no longer have the unlimited Metro card. I found myself spending over $100 a week on a Metro card. My children and I, we love traveling the city. We love exploring the city. We love exploring all the parks across the 5 boroughs. But due to the outrageous prices of the Omni card, I've been having to limit some of my activities with my children. We are demanding the MTA, the mayor, the city council, and Governor Hochul to expand fares. My oldest child, Alexander, and I are residing in a family shelter, and it's paying about $5,000 for Alexander, Osiris, and Dyrell and myself. Families like mine, we have rent, we have food, we have healthcare prices. A lot of us who work part-time don't get full-time benefits, so we have to pay for things like prescription and dental. And then to think about transportation is another expense that adds on to the stress. Not only that, but I've been experiencing on my Omni card negative balance. Somebody needs to explain to me, why is it that if my card is supposed to be unlimited and expired at a certain time, I have an unlimited balance? I've never experienced that when I had the regular Metro card that was unlimited. I have 3 different receipts to prove it. Once again, we hope that the mayor, Governor Hochul, City Council, and the MTA will expand fares for families, not only for myself, but other families as well. Yeah, and another thing, thank you for making sure that the Long Island Railroad get what they deserve, because people got to understand that they're not just employees. They are husbands, they are wives, they're somebody's mom, they're somebody's sister, and they have households to take care of. And I say that as
Thank
somebody
you.
who is married to an MTA worker who basically had mental illness due to the
Thank
fact
you.
that you guys are not paying them the way they were.
Please conclude your remarks. Our next speaker will be Iris Kelly, followed by Mike Howard.
Yes, thankful for the railroads back in time working now. With the issues on that the railroad is that we have, where it's, okay, at nighttime I feel so that the Railroad for Brooklyn should be a closer track, not so far away. Coming home from Long Island, coming from track 1, we have to walk all to track 12. Don't make sense. It's not correct. Everybody else is going westbound, stays westbound, but we come home westbound. We had to go eastbound just to get a westbound train. It's not right. And then for the other things here with the railroad is, I was gonna say, why did they take away the 10-trip ticket? That was the best thing that happened. Because you're able to pay tickets ahead of time, or use up my phone, tap one when I'm ready to go on that same trip. I mean, it had to be paying every single time another ticket. And this thing with the discount, you're giving people say, 10 trips and get one free? That doesn't work. Not everybody travels every single day to get the damn tickets. You know, I have changed things around a little bit, make it better for people. I mean, I don't know why certain things you've changed and don't make sense. And, it could be much better. And regards to Successor Ride, they need people on demand. It's like, come on, because sometimes I'm stuck in predicaments where I need it. It's crazy. It shouldn't be. And if you have this thing with the route, how much money you give them per month, instead of do the month and do it when their card down to the last trip of it and just replenish it, the amount. You just like wait else whatever the amount of trips were, if they're down to the very last trip, replenish the money out then. Not doing it where it's every month. Not everybody needs it every month, all the rides. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Mike Howard, followed by Andy Chen.
Morning, everyone. So glad to be back here for the first time this year. Anyway, here's my remarks. Q114 Rush. Via 5 towns, signage needs to be added along with via God Brewer Boulevard, going both directions, just like the B61 that says via Red Hook on both directions, and Q89 Rush says via Rochdale in both directions. Number 2, the A line needs to add signage on the current tech equipment that they're using right now. It need to say going to Manhattan. It need to say Central Park West Express at most times, and Central Park Local late nights. But going into Queens, which is both places, Ozone Park and Far Rockaway, it need to say 8th Ave. It still can say 8th Avenue, but it should say Fulton Street Express most of the day and Fulton Street Local at night. But speaking of Ozone Park, Lefferts Boulevard, that station needs to be changed from Ozone Park to Little Guyana. Just like I like to see Utica Avenue on the A and C lines change from Utica Avenue to Malcolm X Plaza, just like y'all did in Harlem at 110th Street. Y'all need to do the same thing in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. So,
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Andy Chen, followed by remote speaker Oleg Kleeman.
Good morning. My name's Andy Chen, and I'm a civil engineering student, and I'm here to speak about the 2nd Avenue Subway's crosstown extension onto 125th Street. I applaud the MTA for expanding subway access in this area. However, there are some concerns to be addressed to ensure the MTA builds this connection with cost efficiency and accessibility at the forefront. The Second Avenue Phase 1 cost $2.1 billion per mile, Phase 2, $4.3 billion per mile, and the 125th Street subway is projected to cost a whopping $7.7 billion per mile. This figure is the result of bloated soft costs and contingencies, cost referenced based on the previous project. So what we're seeing here is 40% contingency on top of already 40% contingency. I urge the MTA to realign their budget to reasonable contingency levels. Things can and do go wrong during major projects, but never to this level. Additionally, the station boxes are abnormally large, adding to excessive cost. Right-sizing station structures by reducing platform widths by just several feet and building truncated spot mezzanines instead of full-length ones can substantially reduce costs by making it 15 to 21% cheaper to excavate a station. Lastly, building stations extremely deep, especially at the 125th Street and Broadway station, is an imprudent decision. This eats into time savings commuters would receive and contributes to accessibility concerns, especially when escalators and elevators inevitably break down. Therefore, this station should be built using the cut and cover technique, which allows for a shallower station depth. Coupled with high-speed elevators from the underground queue to the elevator 1 line, this would dramatically reduce the transfer time and help make the experience as frictionless as possible. Thank you, and go Nixon 4.
Our next speaker will be remote speaker Oleg Kleeman, followed by remote speaker Renee Rizzo.
You can skip me. I just registered to listen in. You can go ahead.
Our next speaker will be remote speaker Renee Rizzo, followed by remote speaker Aletta Dupree.
Hello, good morning. I hope this finds you all well. I spoke last month at the Finance Committee Board meeting, and I'd first like to apologize for the curse word, as I was, forgive me, believed that I was being cut off before finishing recording. Secondly, very oddly, I was very nervous. I had much to say in 2 minutes, and I am presently very ill, and not knowing I could forego the video while commenting. I left the camera on, so it's not surprising that I made 2 grammatical errors. Sorry, forgive me. I can't even hold my, stating that we need to get our feet on the beach. Third, disturbingly, I was mocked by a man in your boardroom. No one wants to be mocked, shamed, or offended, especially in public. So whoever that was, I would very much appreciate an apology, which I am aware I cannot receive through this commenting portal. I can say your comment clearly says so much, much more about your character, sir, than it does mine. I do not do social media, but I would imagine sharing that wouldn't be a very good look for the New York City MTA Board. Fourth, I understand there's a historical precedent, the Rockaway Beach Special with the MTA running on an express service in the late 50s. But the MTA claims the current Rock Park shuttle extension is your solution. It is not. We need real express service to our beaches. Thank you so very much for your time. May you all be well, be safe, and be happy.
Our next speaker is remote speaker Aletta Dupree, followed by Parker Singleton.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jana Lieber and members. Aletta Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Good to be back with you, but I'm over 2,000 miles away. It's 6:45 right now. But I reflect on my time in New York, and I enjoyed lots of things in New York, including seeing close family members. And New York can be challenging, but I never spent more than $17.50 a week to use this legendary and historic public transportation that is the subway. Omni is working. I certainly am looking toward how we can further simplify fares on the railroads. But in the train app, this rewards thing I saw was keeping count correctly. I didn't ride the railroad enough to Flushing to use it, but I'll keep it in mind for next time. And certainly, I continue to campaign for building a renewably energy powered system because we have the usage 2 billion kilowatt hours a year to drive that change. And I'm sure there are plenty of entities that would love to sell us renewable energy and provide us with resource adequacy. And Grand Central is absolutely important. I know I talk about Grand Central a lot, and not just that famous building, but the things we can't see to keep working on the train shed. Because I did get to use Metro North during my time, and so we want to keep up with the train shed. So I share about the subway wherever I go, because the subway holds to this value. The subway
Please conclude
is a
your
system
remarks.
that is legendary and stately. Thanks.
Our next speaker will be Parker Singleton, followed by Robert Fauch.
Good morning. My name is Parker Singleton. I'm a civil engineering student at the University of Buffalo and would like to speak on the 2nd Avenue subway extension along 125th Street. As somebody who went to high school in an area, I applaud the MTA for expanding subway access in the area. However, there are some concerns that need to be addressed to ensure that the MTA builds this connection with cost efficiency and accessibility at the forefront. First of all, the station boxes are abnormally large, leading to excessive costs. Right-sizing station structures by reducing platform widths by just several feet and building truncated spot mezzanines instead of full-length ones can substantially reduce costs by making it 15 to 21% cheaper to excavate a station. Furthermore, I think the MTA should consider designing an extension with a track extension along the I&D Central Park West line on 135th Street. An extension of these tracks will allow for operational flexibility that is currently not feasible due to the current track arrangement. This will allow for subway services such as the B and the D trains to be rerouted to the south side of the Manhattan Bridge should an incident happen on the I&D 6th Avenue line. Lastly, building stations extremely deep, especially the 125th Street and Broadway station, is an imprudent decision. This eats into time savings commuters would receive and contributes to accessibility concerns, especially when escalators and elevators inevitably break down. Therefore, this station should be built using the cut and cover technique, which allows for shallow station deck, coupled with high-speed elevators from the underground queue to the elevated one. This would dramatically reduce transfer time and make the experience as frictionless as possible. Thank you, and happy Memorial Day.
Our next speaker is Robert Fauch, followed by Constance Lasold.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about access to ride. I'm urging Governor Hochul, the Mayor Mandani, and the controller to look at what's going on with the brokers. Because how can brokers blatantly lie saying that they're sending a car and it's on the website of the MTA and they don't send the car? They're always late, but they make it like they're here to pick you up. Yesterday, they were supposed to send a car. They sent a Prius for me. I was at Sloan Kettering Memorial, and the car came. We could not even fit inside the car because it was a compact car. This is ridiculous, and it doesn't even have air conditioning. Do you know what it was yesterday? It's absolutely ludicrous. Who is looking over at these brokers that are supposed to be sending and taking people that are sick? Absolutely ludicrous. Something has to be done. Somebody has to look to see what the MTA is doing about these brokers that are not doing the job that they're supposed to do. Why must we go every day with all this stress? Unbelievable that they don't do anything. We're already sick, and we have every day to go through this. How is that possible? I urge Governor Hochul again, send somebody, inquire what's going on with the access to ride. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Constance Lasole, followed by our final speaker, Michael Ring.
Thank you. My name is Constance Lessold, and I'm here once again to let you know that the Eastern Parkway Environmental Alliance is growing and having its first formal meeting next week. And one of our main goals will be the restoration of the B-71 bus, which is a culture bus and would go this time around from Weeksville in the Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy neighborhoods in East New York, go all the way to the waterfront and even across the bridge, because quiet as is kept, Brooklynites do like to go to City Hall and to the MTA. We used to be able to do it over bridges. So you really need to think about that and get those bridges going again. I'm also a member, though, of all of the senior centers in Crown Heights and others. And I want you to know that we are busy trying to think of how we can organize around transportation issues. And we are particularly concerned about cuts to the buses, like the 45, which is basically a disability bus. If you ever rode it, everybody has got a walker or a cane or something to stabilize them, and they need to be able to get off at every block. We do not want to see any cuts on those buses in central Brooklyn. We already feel that we are neglected by the MTA, and so please cut out any cuts to the buses. Thank you very much. And don't forget, please don't forget that as a part of your responsibility
Please conclude your
culturally
remarks.
to get the beautiful artwork at Franklin and Fulton on the Franklin
Thank you.
Avenue shuttle cleaned up again.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Michael Ring.
Good morning. My name is Michael Ring. If anyone needs a verbal description of my appearance, I'm a 62-year-old white guy wearing a yellowish shirt that says Brooklyn Half Marathon because, you know, I did that. And I've got a hat that says Disabled in Action. That's the group I'm representing today. And I'd like to talk today about the taxi reimbursement problem we're facing. I am owed money from January 30th for a trip I took to Penn Station. I just looked at the weather on January 30th. That day was 10 degrees. Today is going to be in the 90s. It was a long time ago. Yesterday, I traveled to and from LaGuardia Airport. I used taxi reimbursement. I needed to use taxi reimbursement. My flight was delayed by 2 hours. I got home at like midnight, so I'm a little grumpy right now. But in September or October, I'm going to get a check in the mail for the 2 trips I took yesterday. I admit my privilege that I could lay out this money for 4 months, but a lot of people who use Access-a-Ride cannot and are not using taxi reimbursement. Also, I'm able to keep track of this stuff over months of time, but it's kind of impossible to figure it out when I'm going to get a check in September, and it's going to be one check, and I'm not going to be able to tell how you broke up, how you're paying me back. It's going to be one amount. There's going to be no itemization of the trip cost. I'm going to have to use some sort of codes that are in there that are kind of secret codes to figure out which trips it was for. I happen to be chair of the Accessible Transit Advisory Committee, so I'm given a little bit of an insight that some improvement is coming, but over the past year, it's gotten slower. The reimbursement process has gotten more confusing. It's not getting better. It's been getting worse as far as time and about how much effort you have to put in. And people are being left stranded because they can't afford to do this and don't know how to get reimbursed because it doesn't
Please
work for
conclude your
everyone.
remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Lieber, that concludes the public comment section.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to have some quick remarks, and then we're going to move to the
the reports from the agency presidents, which will be part of what constitutes the committee meetings. I want to thank everybody for joining this month's meeting. By now, everyone knows we reached a deal Monday night that allowed the Long Island Railroad to get back to full operations this morning after a phased resumption yesterday. I want to thank Governor Hochul, who was consistent in encouraging both sides to return to the table day after day and hour after hour. Her message to us was clear. Please find a deal that includes a fair raise for that group of workers, but that doesn't put a new burden on riders and taxpayers, and that preserves the MTA's hard-won financial stability. And I know that we found a way to meet that challenge. I also want to thank the workers who returned to work quickly after a deal was cut. This was a difficult negotiation, but there was cooperation quite promptly once we had an agreement that was initialed. But I also want to emphasize there were half of the Long Island Railroad workforce was working throughout the strike, and we also want to tip the hat to them. I think Chris Leathers represents a lot of those folks, and we don't want them to be overlooked because they actually showed up in a complicated environment. And I want to thank the folks on the screen, in addition to Governor Hochul. This is the team that worked so hard to get the deal over the finish line. Calling them out by name: Rob Free, the president of the Long Island Railroad; CFO Jay Patel; the labor relations team led by Anita Miller and Kelly Coughlin, who is the head of labor relations for the two railroads; Shanifa Riera, who is leading the effort to put together the bus service; and John McCarthy, who I'm calling the major domo just because it's a phrase I like. But John, thank you for everything that you did to get us, as I said, to the finish line. And I'm not seeing him here, but no secret, we in these situations we rely on. Oh, Gary. Gary, there you are. We for many years, the MTA has relied on Gary DeLaverson, who is really one of the, not just the most among the most colorful, but actually the most expert labor relations professionals in the region. And Gary shows up when we have these kinds of negotiations as part of Anita's team, and he was obviously essential to getting this done. And we wouldn't be here without Gary's work. So Gary, thank you for your long service to the MTA, which has continued over some 40 years, I think, and we're really grateful. He's not acknowledging that it's 40 years, but there you go. And I want to give kudos to everyone at the agency who participated in putting together that temporary shuttle service that was extremely successful. It was obviously not equivalent to Long Island Railroad service, but the people who had to get to town or to get out to the island did have an option, and it worked very effectively. So big tip of the hat to those folks who organized it and the folks on the ground who went out to those locations and made sure that everybody got to where they were going, got to the right bus. And most of all, I want to shout out to the Long Island Railroad customers who endured several days of uncertainty and inconvenience. It is it's one of the things I keep talking about. There is no passenger railroad in this country that has come back stronger post-COVID than the Long Island Railroad, and we really are thrilled, as of yesterday at noon, to be back in the business of getting Long Island's 3 million residents wherever they need to go. So that was a good feeling, and we are really grateful to the customers. Listen, there was one other piece of Long Island Railroad news in recent days, and that was the electrical fire at Penn Station, which knocked out 2 of the 4 tunnels. There was already one out because Amtrak had taken out of service to do their East River Tunnel work on a 24/7 basis. The result was we had huge impacts to our ability to operate in and out of Penn in the 2 days right before the strike, inconvenient time. Rob, I'm sure, is going to have more to say on it in his remarks. This situation, just to remind everybody, is exactly what Rob was warning about since last year, since Amtrak started repairing one of those, another of the 4 tunnels. And the result was, when the fire happened, we were down to a single tube, and that basically took us out of service in Penn. Luckily, we were able to redirect folks to Grand Central Madison. And I'm just reminding the board, there is an enormous amount of talk about Gateway and how Gateway is necessary for New Jersey Transit and Amtrak to have a backup in case something happens to the old Hudson River tunnels. Well, Grand Central Madison is our Gateway, and it's already built. And I just want to remind all of us that was a difficult project. It was a highly imperfect project. It was a costly project, but it was worth the effort so that we always, if Penn goes down, like the Amtrak fire put it down the other day, we have an alternative and people can get home, and that worked. It was a super important reminder of why we did that project. Now for some good news from Washington. Words you have not often heard me utter. I am pleased to say that we are on a roll when it comes to federal funding. It started a couple months ago when FEMA finally reimbursed the MTA over $500 million for outstanding claims for COVID-related costs. That was a submission that had been untouched for some time without much explanation. And then at our last meeting, we talked about how the FTA had unfrozen roughly $60 million in reimbursements that were owed to Second Avenue Subway Phase 2. But it wasn't widely understood at the time, although Jay was always reminding me of it, that the project, the Second Avenue Subway project, had been dealing with a few more layers of federal funding difficulty. The feds were also refusing to obligate the 2025 fiscal year money that Congress had appropriated, and they began that back in 2024. Now that money has actually been released, and the feds are in the process of obligating also the 2026 fiscal year, which we're well into. And as well as all of that, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand has been working to secure the coming year's appropriation for Second Avenue Subway Phase 2, which is another $307 million. And she has this time pushed to include a provision that requires U.S. DOT to allocate that funding, to actually obligate that money, no later than 120 days after enactment, so that it does not become another one of Washington's, what do they say, political footballs. So I just want to do a special shout out to Senator Gillibrand. We all know Senator Schumer has frequently been a huge advocate for us in Washington, but Senator Gillibrand in this case has really taken a leadership role, and we very much appreciate it. We also got word on Monday that another major grant has been awarded after 16 months of delay. There was a $156 million grant in the Biden IIJA All Stations Accessibility Program, known as ASAP. And it was given to us for several ADA stations in the Bronx. It was announced back in 2024, and we did an event together with Senator Schumer and Congressman Espaillat, but the grant stalled when the new administration took over. So we are, as you can imagine, we are thrilled that all this funding has been released so that we can start putting that money to work, adding stations in the Bronx to our fast-growing subway system accessibility map. I suspect some in the room may be bored of hearing me talk about ADA projects, but it is one of the top priorities of this era MTA. So there will be no relief from the boredom anytime soon. In the last month, we've had 2 more significant events for project milestones. First was the opening of a new ramp at the Harlem 148th Street station. It's hard to say that a ramp is wildly innovative, but anytime you can find a way to deliver a new accessibility and ADA compliance faster and cheaper, and that means if you don't have to install elevators, but you can do it with a ramp, that's what we're going to do, because it's all about time and delivering for this community. We also announced a long-sought public-private partnership with Columbia University to make that elevated #1 station at 125th Street and Broadway accessible. There was a huge community turnout at this event. People have been fighting for this for some time, and they are really excited. Jamie's team at MTA C&D is going to handle design and construction. Columbia is putting up $33 million towards the cost of the project, which involves installing 3 elevators, widening the existing escalators, which don't really accommodate folks who have a stroller or anything like that, and a whole mess of state of good repair projects. So I say to that one, finally, because we've been talking about Columbia doing that for a long time. I also want to touch briefly on buses. This month we expanded ACE camera enforcement, automatic camera enforcement, to another group of routes, including the Q10 to JFK Airport. Great news, because we know that the ACE camera system actually works. There is surprisingly little recidivism. People don't do it again and again once they get their first ticket. Drivers learn quickly there are consequences for blocking bus lanes. So this has really become an effective and important tool as we move to speed up buses citywide. But what has changed most lately on the bus front is the buy-in from the city. People like to focus on where we and the new team at City Hall disagree. I get it. But the truth is we're finding a lot of common ground. And you'll soon be able to read about the broad dovetailing of our 2 agencies' policies in a joint report we're preparing that's called Better Buses, Faster Service, a joint commitment from the MTA and New York City DOT. And it's going to outline our shared vision for the bus system in the 21st century. So look out for that in the next near future. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob. And I guess at this point, we're beginning the Joint Railroad Committee meeting. Rob.
All right, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I want to take a moment to talk about the Herculean effort that went into returning train service so quickly post-work stoppage. First, I echo the Chairman's gratitude, but I also want to thank the Chairman for his leadership and his support through this difficult situation. I also want to thank the Governor again for her support as well, and the entire team at the MTA who really chipped in and showed what the MTA is made of in our commitment to the region to provide service under any circumstance. Thank Demetrius and his team for working with us in developing a busing program, New York City Transit Bus and MTA Bus. Thank you. Next, I want to thank the employees at the Long Island Railroad and our customers for their patience and resilience. And that is why returning train service as quickly as possible was of critical importance. So upon the agreement being made, the labor organizations made a commitment that they would do everything to assist us in bringing back service, and they did just that. Employees came back in short order and got right to work. All the crafts represented by the labor organizations came back in masses, from cleaners to machinists to locomotive engineers to signalmen to electricians and many more, all to get the Long Island Railroad back up and running in record time. I too also want to recognize the employees who came to work throughout this stoppage to keep the Long Island Railroad safe and prepare us for resumption of service under extremely difficult circumstances. This tremendous effort allowed us to resume service in approximately 14 and a half hours, with full service resuming in approximately 16 hours. This led to a full PM rush hour by 4 p.m. on Tuesday. Absolutely incredible. But this was no easy task, as employees had to return to work. Rolling stock equipment and rail infrastructure required federally mandated inspections. Trains had to be made up and repositioned. Schedules had to be loaded, and many, many more tasks. Absolutely incredible. I can't begin to tell you how proud I am of this workforce. The employees take great pride in their work, and it showed. But before I go into my report, I also want to provide further insight on the electrical fire that took place in one of Amtrak East River tunnels on May 14th. The fire took place just east of Penn Station on track level at the entrance to 2 of the tunnels, lines 3 and 4. And as the chairman had mentioned, Line 2 is continuously out of service, so that left one tunnel for 3 rail carriers. Train service was immediately suspended into and out of Penn Station. In addition, trains were diverted to Grand Central Madison and Atlantic Terminal, and also terminated and originated in Jamaica. No trains, thankfully, were stranded in the tunnel. The fire caused significant damage to signal cables, which prevented switches from being operated and signals being displayed. There were significant delays for those 2 days. Both days saw delays well over 300. The cause of the fire was from a hanging panel on a new Amtrak train, which came into contact with the third rail, resulting in arcing and a fire. Amtrak completed repairs finally on Saturday evening. And I too, again, I want to put a commercial in for Grand Central Madison. As we communicated all along, this was one of the many benefits of Grand Central Madison. The terminal provided redundancy so customers were able to access Manhattan and get home. Think about that. They came in the morning and then the fire took place around 11 o'clock. They would have been stranded in Manhattan. Thankfully, because of Grand Central Madison, they were able to walk or take a short subway ride to get over Grand Central Madison and get home. This is just one example of how investing in our systems provides great benefit to the riding public, making it a good investment. Okay, on to normal business. So for ridership, the month of April, total ridership was 7.2 million customers, which represented a 6.2% increase over April last year and 93% of April 2019's ridership. Commutation ridership increased 7.3%, and monthly ticket ridership increased 4.6%. For on-time performance, monthly on-time performance was 95.8%, and year-to-date we're at 95.1%. And that 95.8% was impacted by the fire. It actually would have been much higher. And for safety, for the 12-month period ending in March 2026, we had a 14% decrease in customer injury rate, and then for the employer injury rate, it was reduced by 7.1%. With our latest timetable change on May 11th, we are expanding service to the East End to accommodate the usual uptick in summer ridership, including additional weekday options to Montauk. We're also getting ready for this year's U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills in Southampton, which is the week of June 15th to 21st. Evidently, golf loves Long Island. Preparations are being made as we work closely with the USGA to support the additional ridership. We'll be providing extra train service to and from a temporary station being built just south of the golf course. We anticipate tens of thousands of golf fans from around the world to utilize our service. You may recall back in March we provided an update on our Station Spruce Up program. Well, I wanted to share an incredible transformation at our station building at Kew Gardens as a result of this program. As you can see, the before and after photographs, our in-house team demonstrated what master craftsmen they truly are. The entire waiting room was renovated, including the original ticket windows being restored, in addition to the restrooms being updated and made ADA compliant. There was also extensive exterior work conducted to create a classic and stylish look. Thank you to the extremely talented team at the Long Island Railroad for performing this magnificent work, as you always do. I also just want to remind customers quickly that there's some upcoming track work. Please check the Train Time app and the book, as there will be schedules impacted due to this work as we modernize and improve the resiliency of our system. And that concludes my remarks, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, but before we get into questions, Mr. Leathers asked me if he could make a comment at the outset, and then we'll have Q&A and discussion. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I stand before you today in my role as the labor representative for the Long Island Railroad to this MTA board, and as a proud representative of the International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers within the Transportation Division. I'd like to take a moment on behalf of my General Chairman, Anthony Simon, to recognize and thank the men and women of SMART at the Long Island Railroad for their professionalism, their sacrifice, and commitment during an extraordinarily difficult period for this region. While a coalition of 5 striking unions worked through intense negotiations to reach a fair deal, it was the members of SMART who stood ready during the crisis and have worked around the clock to achieve the 12 noon resumption of phased rail service on yesterday. As we sit here today assessing the resolution of and the events leading to this work stoppage, it is absolutely vital that this board acknowledges and officially thanks the workforce that stood in the gap and worked tirelessly to get Long Island moving again. Let us be completely transparent. This railroad did not simply restart itself. It wasn't a simple reboot. It was restored by skilled union labor, by men and women who know this system, who care deeply about this railroad, and who take immense pride in serving the people of Long Island and New York. I'm talking about conductors. I'm talking about road car inspectors, known as RCIs, who meticulously examine the train fleets, checking every car to ensure mechanical readiness. Talking about car appearance maintainers, car repairmen, maintenance of way supervisors from each craft, and track and building and bridge workers who are out on the property inspecting tracks, switches, and critical infrastructure to guarantee the system is safe to ride. I'm talking about other unions and crafts such as the National Conference of Firemen and Oilers, known as the NCFO. I'm talking about the International Railway Supervisors Association, known as IRSA. I'm talking about our brothers and sisters on the sheet metal side of SMART. They have given their all over the last few days. And unfortunately, despite their dedication, many of our members endured criticism, unfair assumptions, public backlash for a strike that they neither caused or controlled. Some faced the false perception that they stood against labor securing a fair agreement. Nothing could be further from the truth. So SMART members made every effort to fulfill their professional obligations while respecting established picket lines and upholding the standard of labor solidarity. Throughout the shutdown, they remained prepared to respond to emergencies, to inspect, and to protect railroad infrastructure, knowing full well they were likely to absorb the frustration of an angry public. I want to state clearly to this board and to the riding public, SMART members, NCFO members, IRSA members were not responsible for the service shutdown. Yet they still showed up, they still answered the call, and they still put safety first. They deserve acknowledgement. To the membership of SMART, to the members of the NCFO, to the members of IRSA, your efforts mattered, your sacrifice mattered, and your professionalism did not go unnoticed. I see you, this board sees you, and the riding public should recognize the extraordinary work you have done under immense pressure and scrutiny. And to the leadership of the MTA and the Long Island Railroad, as we move forward, I expect management to remember the loyalty, professionalism, and exhausting efforts displayed by these frontline workers. They protected this infrastructure, stood ready during emergencies, and are the very people that delivered this railroad back to the public yesterday. They deserve our respect, our support, and our gratitude. So today, as both the labor representative for the Long Island Railroad to this board, and as a proud member of SMART, I publicly thank our workforce for their resilience, their professionalism, their dedication to safety, and an unwavering commitment to service during one of the most challenging moments this railroad has faced in recent memory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. And I think I appreciate Anthony's statement through you. And as you heard from both Rob and me, we very much recognize and appreciate the professionalism that was shown by the non-striking workers, including those you represent. So very much appreciate it. We had this is the Q&A period. Mr. Bringerman had a question or a comment.
Yes, first I'd just like to thank Rob and everybody and anybody who participated in putting together the contingency plan As you know, at first I was a little critical of it, but you listened to my concerns and the concerns of the riders. You doubled the amount of departure points. You made sure that there were enough buses, they were comfortable buses, so anybody that needed to get in could get in. And I just wanted to say that that was very much appreciated. I know it came at a cost, but again, we were able to get the people into the city that needed to get into the city. And secondly, on behalf of the Commuter Council, I would like to apologize to the conductors, and hopefully Mr. Leathers will carry this message back. Obviously, your conductors were the subject, as you mentioned, of some misdirected anger. And I would, as part of the Commuter Council, I'd like to apologize for that. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else wishing to be heard on this issue before we? All right, we'll keep it the discussion open if there's further questions or comments. But now I'm going to move on to Justin Vanacek for his report.
Can I just jump in?
All right, I blew it on the quorum call, guys. Not the first time. General Counsel Paige Graves, do we have a quorum?
Yes, I want to establish that we've had a quorum for this meeting, and we'll continue on.
Okay. Mr. Zuckerman, did you have a comment? I know you wanted to say something.
Debating whether to hold this off for the Finance Committee meeting, but I think it's an awkward layout we have of this morning's meeting. No offense to our chair, so it's not your usual structure, so I apologize for if this is not the exact perfect moment. I guess I'll first start by saying I'm obviously pleased under your leadership and certainly the governor's leadership that that's for me. Thank you. Thank you very much in a bigger font so I can read it. The eyes are not what they once were. It's a great outcome you came to. I think when you read the governor's guidance, that's the right guidance for us all to have, fiscally speaking. Fair for the workers, doesn't affect the riders, doesn't affect the budget, and get back to work. And I think that's a good thing. And Chris, I acknowledge what you said, and I think the differential, if one's a student of labor, which I'm not, but I'm listening to you, the comments you made about SMART versus other workers and other groups were very thoughtful and helpful for an education, frankly, for me and for the public, I think. So thank you for that. But I think at this moment, would not be useful if we didn't talk about the fiscal alarm bells that we're hearing. And I don't mean to cause alarm, but you can use your whatever analogy you want, canary in the coal mine. But I think the reality is that what we've just gone through the last several days is primarily the pernicious effects of inflation. People are feeling nervous. We heard Betsy Plum earlier talk about the riders feeling pressure for their wallets, and the workers themselves are feeling pressure in the same way because workers are consumers. You know, they get money from us and they spend it in the stores, so they're both on both sides of that issue. And I think having a demand for higher than inflation wages is not a surprising request. Inflation's been high for several years, and it's undermining people's purchasing power, and that's very stressful. But it's also undermining our own budget. Our system of revenue and our fair policies just don't meet the demands the way a private company can. If labor was striking with a public sector company, then the company would just pass on the cost to the consumer. We don't have that same simple effect. We can't just take a request for a 5% wage and turn around and say to the consumer, sorry, your prices are going to 5%. That's what the airlines do. When the union pilots or the stewardesses ask for a higher wage, they just turn around and raise the price of the tickets. We can't do it that simply. And the reality is both sides are very reasonable. Labor wants to help people pay their mortgages and their car payments, and we want to make sure we keep prices reasonable and predictable for the riders. So it's a real struggle, and this is not the first, and it may be only the first. It's certainly not the last. I do ask us to think about some other things we can do together. I think undergirding some of the negotiations, we hear stories, a couple of I heard, I think are legitimate and worth talking about. The arcane nature of some of the work rules that exist are like layers of sediment that you see going back decades and decades. One that I think is particularly challenging for negotiations and maybe affects some of those numbers you see of certain workers who have way outsized compensation models for private or any sector. You hear about work rules like someone gets twice double time if they drive a car or a train electric and then diesel in the same shift. You hear about triple time if someone drives a revenue service vehicle and then they go into the yard. These are things we have to all work on because together labor and management have to solve this challenge. This board does not have a lot of levers to solve the challenge. The only lever we have is fare increases, and the governor's done an incredible job time and time again trying to solve our budget trouble. And so I think the most important thing I'd say to my colleagues in this board is that our number one job, our fiduciary responsibility as board members is to the integrity of the MTA, the fiscal integrity of the MTA. We're going to have to figure out how to simplify the way we negotiate. We're going to have to simplify the way we drive revenue. We're going to have to simplify the way we make decisions in the benefits of the riding public. And ultimately, as long as at least I'm here on this board, which may be a long time, maybe a short time anymore. I don't know. I'm long in the tooth as it is. We've got to figure out how to solve the fiscal health of this organization. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for the work you did in the last few weeks, and thank you to the governor.
Appreciate the reminder, Neil. I think I said it in my remarks the other night, but I did want to. You're reminding me to thank the board because we had some important dialogues along the way, and everybody here made it clear that we were allied in making sure that this did not blow up the MTA budget, and that set the course for us who are working directly with the union. So thank you. Back to Justin for the second half of the Railroad Committee.
All right, thank you, Chair, and good morning. Our on-time performance for April was strong at 98.1%, with year-to-date OTP through April at 96.8%. We saw an increase in ridership for April, reaching 6.4 million rides, which is 86.2% of April 2019 levels. This is a 3.6% increase over March and a 6.2% increase compared to April of last year. And our discretionary weekend ridership also remained strong, 14% higher than March and 10% higher than April 2025. And yesterday we had our highest single-day ridership post-pandemic at 260,000, which is about 91%.
Wait a second. The Metro North had a record yesterday?
Yes, sir. We just found out.
All right, that was news to me.
We just found out.
Little hand for that.
All right. For the 12-month period ending April 2026, Metro North continued to make progress in reducing injuries and improving overall safety performance. Metro North's rolling 12-month reportable customer injury rate improved to 1.41 per 1 million customers, down from 1.44 versus the previous month and 1.50 versus the previous 12-month rolling period. The rolling 12-month employee lost time injury rate was 1.95 per 200,000 hours, down from the 1.98. The steady decline reflects continued improvement in safety across the railroad. And on May 1st, I joined Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont, U.S. Senator Rich Blumenthal, U.S. Rep. Rosa DeLauro, and CDOT Commissioner Garrett Ucalito, along with local elected officials at Derby Shelton Station to announce the start of construction on 4 Waterbury branch stations, Derby Shelton, Ansonia, Beacon Falls, and Seymour. Since 2019, ridership on the Waterbury line has grown dramatically. Every station on this line is nearly 150% of pre-pandemic ridership, with Derby Shelton above 200%. The upgrades will transform these stations with new 350-foot platforms designed to accommodate full train boarding, along with covered canopies and enclosed windscreens to improve comfort in all weather conditions. Stations will also feature real-time arrival information, ticket vending, improved lighting, and clear wayfinding. Each location will be ADA accessible with better pedestrian access and improved passenger flow. So to accommodate this work, starting July 20th and lasting for approximately 10 months, the Waterbury branch train service will be replaced by bus service. Check the train time app and MTA.info for additional train service information. That concludes my remarks, unless there's any questions.
That's great news. Those improvements are being funded by the state of Connecticut, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great, and that's significant. 150% of pre-COVID. You don't see that everywhere. So that you guys are making a lot of progress with our Connecticut customers. Good stuff. What are we moving on to now, Paige?
It's Jesse has a work on.
Okay.
Procurement.
What? Hold on. Jesse Lazarus is going to take us through a walk-on item for the Railroad Committee. Okay?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So as this board may recall, in February, the chair created a new organization to direct the MTA's rolling stock strategy. And as chief of the new rolling stock program, I'm proud to lead the team charged with acquiring and preserving our most strategic assets, our subway cars, our buses, and our commuter rail trains. My team manages the $12 billion investment from the 2025 to 2029 capital plan to replace our aging fleets with safe, modern, efficient, and comfortable rolling stock. You first heard from us in March when we announced the MTA's RFP for the largest subway car order ever, almost 2,400 cars to replace the entire A division, minus the 7. And to tell you that is progressing apace. In fact, a few weeks ago in this very room, we had about 90 manufacturers and sub-suppliers in for our pre-proposal conference. But I'm back here today to give you a preview of, as the slide suggests, we are starting the process tomorrow to get Metro North customers some new single-level coaches, the type that they deserve. So tomorrow we're releasing the second RFP from the MTA's new rolling stock program. This is an RFP for a new fleet to replace the Metro North single-level coach. We call them the Shoreliners, and today they run on the Harlem and the Hudson lines with our diesel locomotives. We bought them back in the 1980s and 90s. Initially, we plan to order about 250 of them to replace the old fleet and support current service expansion plans, and we'll order over 600 if all options are executed. I want to tell you about the 3 goals for this acquisition very briefly. But first, we want to replace the Shoreliners with better, more comfortable, and reliable ride that, and we want to make sure that these can operate throughout the territory. The second goal is to enhance the customer experience across the board. We want all of the modern safety and accessibility features. And the third is to make sure we're giving the riders and the MTA the best deal for our money by optimizing the total cost of ownership, inviting new and service-proven technologies, leveraging existing platform designs where they're possible, and challenging the car builders and us to meet performance standards rather than respond to overly prescriptive designs. So I'm going to talk you through the details of these goals. First, coach cars are a core part of Metro North's non-electrified service, especially on the Hudson and Harlem diesel territory. So our first goal is to make sure that we can replace this fleet that is past its useful life with one that can operate everywhere we need it to now and in the future. This new fleet is designed for more flexible coverage, initially phasing in on the Hudson line to Poughkeepsie, the Harlem line to Passaic, and the Danbury branch. But because this fleet is meant to provide ultimate flexibility, customers may see these coaches once they're delivered on the Waterbury line and, of course, the Penn Access station line via the Northeast Corridor and Hellgate Bridge. We're ordering 3 car types: cab cars with toilets and trailers with and without toilets, and they'll seat about 100 passengers each. Goal 2. As you all can imagine and understand, customers spend most of their time with the MTA in our rolling stock. And so our second goal for this RFP is aimed at giving them better information, better accessibility, better connectivity, and a quieter, more comfortable ride. On accessibility, we're asking car builders to improve accessibility with ADA-compliant toilet access, designated wheelchair areas, and other accommodations for hearing and mobility-impaired customers. Other customer-facing upgrades to look forward to include digital information screens, passenger Wi-Fi, device charging outlets, bike storage, and luggage racks. And the final goal is to achieve the best value for the MTA and our customers. And to do this, we are making some changes to the way we run our rolling stock business. We want to be a better owner to attract as many qualified respondents as we can. So first, part of achieving the best value is not reinventing the wheel and making space for innovative technology. This RFP is designed to avoid over-customization. More than 55% of the technical specifications of the core vehicle systems are what we call performance-based rather than design-driven. And these are really concentrated in areas that matter most to the MTA. We're talking about safety, reliability, maintainability, service performance, and the customer experience. So in plain language, that's brakes, diagnostics, the couplers, the doors, and HVAC systems. We're also asking for service-proven designs and existing platforms if they're available, because this will help us reduce design risk, schedule risk, and of course cost, while of course protecting and promoting an open and competitive procurement environment. The second point of this new approach is we're going to consider, and we're requiring actually, a total cost of ownership analysis with the proposals. It's not just about how much they cost up front to buy, but it's how much they cost to maintain, how heavy they are, how much energy they use. We want to look at all of it and make sure we're optimizing for the total cost of the asset's lifetime. Third and finally, we've modernized and simplified the terms of our contract. The rolling stock industry has faced a lot of challenges, from tariffs to consolidation in the manufacturing and supplier bases. And this new and more balanced approach in our contract recognizes those challenges, but also ensures that we keep the tools we need to deliver customers the new cars that they deserve. All of this is going to give riders a better deal for their money. So finally, I just want to leave you with the timeline, which is really meant to balance speed, but also with a schedule that can engage as many car builders as possible. So tomorrow, the details of this RFP will go live for the industry. Responses will be due in Q4. We anticipate coming to you for an award in early 2027, and we are ambitiously expecting that customers can be in cars as early as 2029. So in closing, I want to make one note to the industry, just for one moment, if you'll allow me. To our rail car manufacturers, we cannot wait to read your responses. And I invite you, if you have other ideas, technical or commercial, please tell us what you believe is best and why. We want to consider them. This is the new MTA, our new approach to rolling stock. We're investing in the future of mass transit. We're bringing down costs and giving riders the world-class experience they deserve. We look forward to this RFP going live tomorrow and keeping you updated. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. This is a big deal. So I just remind some of us who've been at this, I'm looking at you, David Jones, a little bit, was that this is a lot of what Jesse just describes reflects some of the principles that were outlined in that cost containment committee that we did, back, it's probably now 6 or 7 years ago, where, we're simplifying the contracts. We are decustomizing, trying to get more contractors, or in this case, vendors, to bid. I mean, those are three of the core principles of that, the three of the core principles of what Jamie's been doing at C&D, and it's being carried forward very effectively by Jesse Lazarus in this new role. So we look forward to seeing the results, and if the board has any questions, seeing none, I think Mr. Brinkman. This is Metro North, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I know the focus of your presentations on Metro North. Once you finish with Metro North, do we have anything in the pipeline for the Long Island Railroad? In particular, what I'm looking at is the diesel coaches. It's almost Memorial Day weekend. This is the time of year that we generally have to rob Peter to pay Paul to make up trains on Thursdays and Fridays, such as the Cannonball. In the past, we thought outside of the box. We actually, I believe there were a couple of years where we rented trains from Maryland, and we ran a consist out to Port Jefferson. So I just wonder if there's anything in the pipeline just to relieve the summer stress that the diesel coaches have.
Yeah, I won't get ahead of Rob on this, but I will tell you that next month at June CPC, we're going to present, and we're on the work plan to present the entire rolling stock strategy for the new office. And so we'll give you more of an update about the full allocation of this budget and our acquisition forecasts and planning.
Jerry, just to add on to that, as you know, we went out to market to try and lease coaches, as we always do. The market is so tight, as Jesse communicated. But we also, in this capital program, identified money to begin the process of actually acquiring coaches within this program. We tried to piggyback on some other procurements. It didn't work out due to the complexity of the system. But there is still money so we're going to get the ball rolling in this capital program to begin the design work, get everything we can going, so in the next capital program, we're ready to purchase diesel coaches.
Perfect. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Blanca, I think you had a question or comment. Okay, it's good. All right, we're all good? Okay. Thank you, everybody. So I think we're ready to move on to the Transit Committee, and I'll hand it over to Demetrius Critchlow.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everyone. Over the course of the past week, I'm sure everyone here has heard enough about the Long Island Railroad, more than they ever thought possible. You couldn't turn on your TV without hearing about the strike. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the work that happened behind the scenes of transit employees that did what was necessary to make sure that the work continued to get done, to service customers. You've heard a lot about us talk about one MTA, and this is a great example of it. Maintaining service is a core value of everyone here across all agencies, and we all understand that there are folks that just have places to go and people to see. These are healthcare providers, first responders, essential workers, and thanks to the hard work of this dedicated team, we got them to their destinations over the past few days. Everyone in the operations planning team, procurement, comms, customer comms, buses, subways, paratransit, safety, security, teams across the Long Island Railroad, a whole host of folks that I'm sure I'm going to wind up getting in trouble for forgetting to mention, but each and every one of them played a key role. How did this come about? It started with data. Operations planning buses analyzed the data from the previous New Jersey Transit strike to anticipate the demand and create a schedule. They also work together to find the best locations to provide great transit connections for riders while also allowing the shuttle buses to make efficient drop-offs. They also analyze what are the locations in Queens that folks will most likely drive to connect with the subway or to the bus. During rush hours, folks were closely watching the ridership. Subways put in additional trains when needed. Buses kept a close eye on routes, particularly on Queens Express routes, and look for opportunities to input Wildcat extra buses into service. And paratransit was prepared to pick up any customers who needed it. We also had extra employees on the ground to see real-time conditions and provide assistance to Long Island Railroad customers who may be unfamiliar with our system. Together with the Long Island Railroad, we moved 3,500 riders over nearly 170 trips on Monday and 3,100 riders over 193 trips on Tuesday. It was a complex operation, stood up in a short period of time, but I have to say I'm proud of the team, their dedication, their commitment, and their work. Riders depending on us, and we got it done. Now I'll turn over to the paratransit report. Another record-breaking ridership record for paratransit. 3 months ago, we had a blizzard, and yesterday and today we had 90-plus degree weather. Through it all, riders understand we are committed to getting them where they need to go. So they continue to utilize the system they know works. In March, paratransit transported more than 1.4 million riders on more than 1 million completed trips, breaking a new monthly record. April was also strong, with ridership coming in slightly lower due to the calendar, which we had one less day than March. But paratransit still managed to break another record in April by reaching a new all-time high with an average of 40,000 completed weekday trips. There have now been 12 days with more than 50,000 scheduled trips in 2026, including a new all-time record with 51,610 trips for Tuesday, May 5th. It's pretty crazy to think that we have established a new ridership norm that is almost 50% above pre-COVID levels. I'll also note that these records are largely a result of the same customers taking more trips. This is the equity that our riders have long called for, that no matter what mode of transportation someone takes, they must have the same reliability and flexibility available to them. Paratransit riders are voting with their trips, choosing to take the service because it works for them. These numbers show us that we have their confidence, that through diligence and smart management, we can get these customers to their destination safely, efficiently, and consistently. I always love to add that even with these impressive gains, all of these ridership records, it never comes at the cost of on-time performance. It's really great work by Rachel and her team, so thank you. It's always a good time to take transit no matter where you're going, but we understand that as the seasons change, so do riders' destinations. So with Memorial Day on the horizon, I want to take a minute to remind New Yorkers that the best way to get to the beach is public transit. Starting Memorial Day weekend, we implement additional service to get riders to beaches across the city, including the buses running the Q35 to Jacob Riis and the B12 to Orchard Beach. And for the subway, we extend the Rockaway shuttle up to Rockaway Boulevard from Broad Channel, where riders can switch from any A to easily get to Beach 116th, Beach 106, Beach 98th, and Beach 90th Street, where the water is just a flip-flop walk away. On an average summer weekend, these stations see 3 times as many customers. We also add more train cars to accommodate the additional riders. In addition to providing additional service for the influx beachgoers, we also do work to prepare the stations for them. This month, I had the opportunity to see the work that the facilities team was doing at Beach 105th Street to get the station ready for summer. This work is part of our Station Revive program that uses planned service outages to do repair work in the station. The team painted nearly 20,000 square feet of surfaces, including the canopy ceiling, columns, beams, doors, walls, structures at the entrances, stairwells, and the mezzanine. They repaired 500 square feet of damaged concrete on the floors, ceilings, and walls. They even refinished benches on the platform for riders. I'm also proud to add that the team takes the time to do the work on the employee facilities as well. We can't do all of this work without taking into consideration the employees who are there year-round. For the crew at the Beach 105th Street station, the team put in a new air conditioning and heating system, new table, benches in the break room. When I was there, I was very impressed to see so much work happening. Employees everywhere you looked, patching, scraping, painting, and the station was still open with Rockaway residents coming and going. In a 24/7 system that is over 120 years old, yes, we take advantage of planned outages to get the work done, but it can't stop there. We have to get going while maintaining service for riders. In the spirit of providing great service this summer, Transit has also been taking steps behind the scenes to ensure we're prepared for the challenges that summer weather can present. Challenges including high heat, powerful rainstorms, flash floods, hurricanes, that have become more impactful as the years have come along. We can't operate trains through water when the water itself has reached the third rail. So ensuring that we're continuing to pump water out of the system is critical to maintaining service for riders. Reminder that on an average day, New York City Transit pumps 13 million gallons of water out of the system. That number goes way up once we actually have rain or immense summer storm rainstorms. We currently have 5 pump trains, 2 pump flats, and 92 portable pumps that can be deployed to flood incidents. But I'm thrilled to say that this spring we received the first of 2 new pump trains that will go a long way in increasing our ability to fight water conditions in the tunnels. These new pump trains come equipped with more pumps that have higher capacity to pump over 1,000 more gallons per minute than the older models. Now, we'll be able to respond quicker and can mitigate situations faster. This translates to less disruptions for our riders. Flooding itself is not the only problem that weather can present to our system. The high temperatures are also a challenge. We understand how critical it is to work together with our partners like Con Ed and the city to ensure that New York is getting the power that it needs. And to that end, the subways team has been hard at work rehabbing power substations. We have a network of 255 substations that feed third rail that powers thousands of train cars, carrying millions of riders where they need to go every day. Key to their operational success is redundancy of the system. If one substation experiences an incident, it's vital that nearby substations are equipped to take on the additional load. When that doesn't occur, one failure can lead to a cascading event that disrupts service. I'd also like to add that we also have 20 portable generators that we deploy throughout the system in the event of a power failure. But as any homeowner knows that's fortunate enough to have a generator, that's the equipment that you have, but you hope you never use. With portable generators, as powerful as they are, they cannot power our third rail. They can only be used for our signals. So, now here's a story that you've heard before. Following decades of disinvestment in our transit system, many components of various substations have surpassed their useful lives, often by decades, resulting in challenges to keeping the system fully operational. Remember, some of these substations are 100 years old. And while infrequent, power-related incidents can be some of the most disruptive causes of long delays. This was apparent on December 11th when we had a transformer fault at the State Street Power Substation. The teams worked across departments, including maintenance away, power, infrastructure, tracks, and teams to get that substation back up and running. The power team, led by Carl Iacona, then assessed the rest of the network and found that while some substations would require extensive investment and time to rehabilitate, there were others that we had the talent, the ability to address in-house cheaper and faster. Using in-house talent, Transit successfully rehabbed another 30 substations in 2025. This is hard work that takes place behind the scenes. No flashing lights, no banners flung in their honor, just getting the job done. Each substation needs were unique and required close collaboration between subways departments and external parties like Con Ed, New York City Department of Transportation, Department of Environmental Protection. Work to restore these substations included everything from installing new transformers, replacing hundreds of gallons of oil, damaged units like fan motors, pipes, wires, performing water mitigation, and much more. Additionally, the transit team continues in efforts to bring more substations into good condition, and it's targeting another 13 stations for extensive complex rehab repair work this year. I'm pleased to take a page out of Jamie's book and say they are currently ahead of schedule and on budget. 7 are already done this year. I'm thrilled that the 25 to 29 capital plan makes an additional $3 billion investment in full reconstruction of 21 substations which are in active construction, with 9 to be energized this year. It will also replace priority components in another 55. With investments like additional pump trains and rehab power substations, we're better positioned to take on whatever the summer may bring. Now, I've given a lot of love to the subway side, paratransit, but I got to show buses some love as well. I've talked a lot about it. Good maintenance program is at the heart and soul of good bus service. Since we appointed Frank Fowler as the Executive Vice President of Buses, we have been laser focused on improving maintenance procedures at the depots and overhaul shops. We've implemented and are continuing to scale a new depot-level quality control policy. We've implemented new quality assurance audits with clear corrective action plans to ensure buses are ready for service. We've established stronger training and stronger standards for depot leadership positions. And we're in the process of revamping procedures to ensure consistency across the board. So, What does this all have to do with summer preparation? I believe that we should strive for excellence in all tasks. The same care and consideration we give to braking and steering is the same level of consideration we must give to all parts of the bus. And the work that the team did to zero in on air conditioning for Staten Island specifically provides a great example of this. Last year, we heard many concerns on Staten Island about the status of air conditioning on our express bus fleet. This is really a question about maintenance of our buses, and it's an issue that we took seriously over the last year. Our efforts started ahead of the summer season by evaluating the quality and the frequency of inspections, specifically on ACs. The team has been conducting inspections on our buses since the winter, ensuring that air conditioners are working properly before the weather gets hot. Staten Island depots have also implemented targeted AC reliability initiatives with increased supervisor oversight and daily defect tracking. The daily tracking includes AC-related road calls, repeat defects, operator feedback, temperature performance data to proactively identify and address issues. The maintenance teams on Staten Island are prioritizing express bus AC inspections and proactive maintenance, including condenser cleaning, AC filter replacement, and refrigerant leak checks, and coordinating with the maintenance support and engineering team to ensure parts availability and rapid response to recurring defects. We have a team of dedicated to continually monitoring social networks and communicating with the public for customer feedback regarding the AC quality and get the feedback to the bus team. If you're on a bus and the AC isn't working, please let us know. This is part of our larger effort to improve maintenance procedures at the Department of Buses. We're applying the same level of commitment to improving AC on Staten Island to the maintenance of our fleet in all 5 boroughs. When you have effective managers, supervisors, and a dedicated team of employees with a good game plan, success will follow. And I think the fact that the fall 2025 customer counts satisfaction for Staten Island was up 5% for spring shows these efforts work. We're looking forward to the summer and hear how these improvements are reaching all of our daily customers across the 5 boroughs. Lastly, I'd like to remind the committee about the service enhancements we talked about back in January that will improve reliability for 1.2 million daily riders on the 2, 3, 4, and 5 lines. These changes add more trips where riders need them and reduce potential delays along these lines. Based on ridership and on-time performance data, select trips have been moved to the shoulders, the beginning and the ends of the peak rush hours. And other trips have been adjusted to service to the rush hour peak period. The operations planning team made these changes based on customer feedback and detailed ridership and operational data analysis. You've heard Bill talk about this in the past. These types of efforts are many. It's these types of tweaks to the schedule that drive our strong on-time performance levels. Riders want to feel confident that their train will arrive when they expect it to, and this is how we ensure that that happens. Safe and reliable service is the result of thousands of employees thinking about how we can improve your trip. Maybe that's a big change like introducing the R211s to your line or building new CBTC signal systems. But it's also the product of many smaller moves that we can implement quicker, like simply swapping the routes from the F&M and tweaking the schedules. All of it is how we deliver for our riders. April weekday on-time performance was 83.7%, an increase of 1.3 percentage points from March, and a return to performance levels seen in the fourth quarter of 2025. I'll highlight that the C line, which was one of our best performing and most improved lines with 87.9 percentage points, thanks to a more precise data-driven schedule implemented last fall. Remember, we're a 24/7 system, meaning a lot of track work and capital work gets done on nights and weekends. As a result of complex service changes to accommodate that work, with continued efforts by the weekend czar and his team, we are still able to deliver a weekend on-time performance for April of 84.2%. Customer journey time performance was 85.4%. That's up 0.7 percentage points from last month and continuing the positive trend. we're going to start this presentation all over again. All right. Buses continues to show a steady improvement in April, with gains in service efficiency and better overall rider experience. Service delivered was 94.4%, up 1.4 percentage points from March of 2026 and up 0.3 percentage points from April of 2025, with the year-to-date standing in at 92.9%. Customer journey time performance was 71.4%, up 3.1 percentage point month over month, and up 1.7 percentage points year over year, with a year-to-date at 67.7%. Bus speeds remained stable at 8.3 miles per hour month over month and increased 1.2% year over year. Year-to-date remains at 8.2 miles per hour. I'd also like to remind folks that bus time users that the bus time website has been updated and now includes items riders have long called for, like the ability to save favorites, routes, and stops that they normally use for more frequent updates to bus locations. I spoke earlier about the trend about paratransit ridership, and I'm particularly proud of the work that the team is doing to maintain performance reliability as ridership continues to grow. April represented a strong bounce back from challenging first quarter for paratransit service performance, with on-time performance exceeding the goal and rising 2.2 percentage points from March for weekday trips. Weekend performance continued to be strong as well. Performance improved for both our dedicated and carrier providers and brokers. Call center performance in April with an average call answer speed well under 2 minutes, despite persistent high call volume. Customers continue to take advantage of My AAR for booking trips, and having nearly 26% of the trips booked by app in April help us to ensure our call center agents are there when customers need them. We remain laser focused on continuing to meet and exceed our reliability goals as other growing ridership demands. Now, April saw a more modest year-over-year growth in paid subway ridership than has been observed in recent months. Average weekday subway ridership was 4.16 million, on par with April of 2025. However, I'm pleased to share that we did hit a new post-pandemic ridership milestone in May. Last week, for the first time in all 3 midday weeks, surpassed 4.5 million riders. Last Thursday was the second highest ridership day with 4.58 million rides, and last Wednesday is the third higher day at the record of 4.57 million rides. It's hard to beat last December's 4.6 million record with holiday shoppers, but I have high hopes for the World Cup. Weekends continue to show strong growth at 4.2%, with Saturdays specifically marking a post-pandemic high for any month with 2.9 million customers. On bus, weekday paid ridership came in at 1.33 million. Current estimates indicate that total ridership is essentially flat year over year, ticking down from 2.64 million in April of 2025 to 2.63 million. Finally, as we discussed earlier, paratransit ridership continues its post-pandemic climb. Despite the spring recess, which reduced demand from students and school-related workers, and one fewer calendar day in March, the system recorded approximately 1.4 million riders, just 2% below March's peak and 9% above April last year. And that is my report.
Thank you, Demetrius. Any questions for Demetrius? Hayden Mahalsis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question. I just wanted to add my thanks, Demetrius, to the men and women of the transit and buses who worked. I know we're a team here at the MTA to put together a contingency plan, and from what I heard, it was pretty seamless. So congratulations. And thank you.
You bet. Mr. Albert.
I'll double Hayda's thank you to the team for what they do every day, but especially during the last 5 days or so, which were incredible. But Demetrius, here's a question. On the new Rockaway Park to Rockaway Boulevard shuttle, is that scheduled to end Labor Day, or will weather conditions primarily dictate when it would probably end?
It's usually Labor Day, yeah.
But even if it's really continuing to stay warm and everything, and
So we usually try to schedule it by pick. We could take a look at it to see whether or not there's value in added longer period, but
Thank you.
usually it's Labor Day.
Thanks.
I think you understand, Andrew, you can't, this is not a day-to-day thing, you gotta have a pick.
Of course.
Based on the collective bargaining agreement, so.
Yep.
You need to know in advance when you're running a certain service.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, folks, and are we gonna go to the transit procurement, or does that wait until later on? Transit,
I have transit procurements as the next, and Sergio is here too.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Transit procurement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The transit procurement package includes 2 items this month. The first item requests board approval for an expedited change order procedure for the R268 train with procurement with Kawasaki Railcard Incorporated. The procurement covers 378 cars to replace New York City Transit's R68.
Can you get the mic closer? You're
I
a little hard to.
apologize.
We're not hearing you. We're doing it now. We're doing it now.
Can you hear
Go
me
ahead.
now?
Yep.
Thank you. Again, the first item requests board approval for an expedited change order procedure for the R268 train procurement with Kawasaki Railcar. The procurement covers 378 cars to replace New York City Transit's R68 and R68 subway fleets. This procedure is consistent with prior board authorizations, beginning with the R142 procurement in 1997 and continuing with subsequent train procurements. This expedited change order procedure will allow procurement to oversee and monitor all contract changes, whether below or above the 1 million board threshold. It will also standardize the additional work order process by avoiding separate AWO processes across train procurements. The second item requests board approval of a non-competitive purchases and public works contract with Motor Coach Industries for 92 over-the-road express clean diesel buses, along with related items such as the spare parts, special tools, and equipment, technical documentation, and training to replace the aging Staten Island units that have reached the end of their 12-year service. The total estimated amount is $121 million. The total award consists of $117.4 million for the 92 buses at approximately $1.3 million per bus, $2.2 million for manuals, diagnostic tools, and testing, $989,000 for training, and $203,000 for capital spares. The buses will include new features such as driver enclosures, collision avoidance system with intelligent pedestrian turn warning, Omni, automated camera enforcement. The final price has been deemed fair and reasonable by the Cost Price Analysis Unit and the assistant from MTA's Audit Services. Delivery of the buses is expected to begin in Q4 of 2028 and be completed by Q4 of 2029. Thank you.
Okay, so questions on, or comments on the procurements? Sergio's just laid out the action items, and then we hold a vote at the end. Okay, are there any questions or comments? These were distributed in advance, correct? Okay. Hearing none, I think we're going to hear from the NYPD official about our crime report.
Good morning, Chairman Lieber, Chairwoman Motaltis, President Critchell, and members of the board. In front of you are the transit crime figures for the month of April. Last month, the subway system saw 176 crimes, reflecting a 2.9% increase, 176 versus 171, compared to the previous April. This was driven primarily by an increase of grand larcenies, 95 versus 84 for an increase of 11, and to much or lesser degree, felony assaults, 52 versus 48 for an increase of 4. When looking at the year-to-date transit crime figures, we're about even to where we were last year, 714 versus 715, minus 0.1% decrease. While we are, of course, continually striving for reduction in crime figures, it is important to note that last year's numbers were at historic lows. We remain committed to the safety and security of our subway system, and officers remain dialed in. With the unofficial start of the summer only a few days away, we will ensure our crime reduction strategies continue to shift accordingly throughout the season, always keeping the safety of our riders and employees top of mind. Shifting gears, I'd like to highlight the efforts of our 6-wire teams. The Transit Bureau has dedicated a team that monitors 6-wire 301 calls and MTA cameras to identify live incidents in the field and dispatch them appropriately. As a reminder, prior to this initiative, these complaints would be received and triaged by our central dispatchers before being dispatched to the field for resolution. This process often took a significant amount of time. As we know, when it comes to our transit system, time is of essence. Over the past year, the policing strategy, coupled with hard work and dedication of the core team and their counterparts in the field, in short, have resulted in our officers showing up more quickly to incidents and better outcomes overall. Namely, we have seen a reduction in police response times to these quality of life complaints by approximately 8 minutes and an increase of enforcement outcomes by over 20%. This is real measurable success that benefits both our employees and our ridership. I'd like to wish everyone an enjoyable and safe Memorial Day weekend. I hope we're all able to spend some quality time with our loved ones while remembering and reflecting on those men and women of the United States Armed Forces who gave their lives in the service of our country. That concludes my remarks, and I'm glad to take any questions or comments you may have.
I just want to emphasize one thing that you said, which is that under Transit Bureau Chief Galata, they've developed this system that was just alluded to, where they're actually shortcutting the process of dispatching officers when transit-related information, comes in through the process. So they've cut it short. It's yielding better response times, especially on quality of life issues, where frequently if you don't get there quickly, then they don't find whatever the condition is. So I just want to acknowledge that success. I also want to acknowledge that going into this very complicated summer with the World Cup and the 250-year anniversary of the country, I got a great briefing yesterday from Security Chief Michael Kemper and MTA PD Chief Taffy about the MTA PD's readiness and also about interagency planning that has gone on. Needless to say, we're not going to give a public briefing on all the planning, but they have a very strong plan in effect, multi-layered plan in effect for the challenges that come with multiple significant events taking place in the same time frame. So I just want to compliment our MTA PD and our Chief Security Officer for that plan, and just to let the board know that they have put us in a position of really first-class readiness. So thank you to both of you. With that, I just remind us we're going to take action on the procurement items at the end, and I'd like to turn it over to the TBTA committee, Kathy Sheridan.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. May is really about, in addition to the normal work that we do, celebrating employees and some of our infrastructure, and some of the more specialized work that only occurs once a year. In 2025, the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel was designated a civil engineering landmark by the American Society of Civil Engineers. In culmination of the 75th anniversary of the tunnel, officials from ASCE joined B&T and C&D last week for the official dedication of the landmark plaque at the Manhattan Ventilation Building, sometimes known as the Men in Black headquarters. I was proud to accept this prestigious honor on behalf of the authority, presented by ASC Metropolitan Section President Yvonne Guzman, and I once again extend our gratitude for this welcome recognition. And speaking of our tunnels, we are approaching summer storm season, as Demetrius mentioned, and that means annual flood door testing at the Hugh L. Carey and Queens Midtown tunnels. These important exercises started in April and will continue through May, and these are done during overnight low-volume traffic periods. These doors were installed in 2017 as part of our agency's long-term flood mitigation program. This joint effort among our C&D engineers and contractors and B&T facility management staff is a testament to the MTA's commitment to resiliency and protection of our assets. The priority is always safety for customers and employees, protecting our facilities, which are critical links in the regional network. Our employees are indeed the key to our round-the-clock daily operations. On Thursday, May 7th, we put a well-earned spotlight on B&T staff from all departments at our annual Employee Recognition Awards. In the historic setting of Grand Central Terminal's Vanderbilt Hall, agency leadership presented awards for exemplary service and actions that reflect our agency at its best. The stories behind the awards featured common themes of dedication to duty, reliability, innovation, resourcefulness, and extraordinary response to emergencies. We regularly celebrate our history, but that means very little without the people who work at it and support our agency through the years and every single day. I commend the entire B&T team. Also, many thanks to our Metro North colleagues for use of their grand space, which made our ceremony all the more special. On the subject of awards, in April, B&T was one of 16 recipients nationwide of the Engineering Excellence Honor Award from the American Council of Engineering Companies for the Congestion Relief Program. Nicola Angel, Romulo DeSantis, and I were honored to accept at the ACEC EEA Gala, there's a lot of letters there, in Washington, D.C. This brings the total number of awards for the CRZ so far to 8, and we are continuing to raise that bar. Congratulations to the entire CRZ team, and thank you to ACEC for recognizing their amazing work. I'm pleased to report that B&T welcomed a new class of Level 1 maintainers who graduated on May 8th. These 40 individuals have completed a multidisciplined training regimen that includes safety protocols in roadway and electrical work, commercial vehicle driving, OSHA 30-hour training, forklift operations, firefighting, wrecker and aerial truck safety, incident command, and administrative duties. Thanks to our HR partners and the B&T Training Department for their work bringing these much-needed new employees on board. Last Friday, we marked the national observance of Police Week and Peace Officer Memorial Day by gathering at the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel to remember fallen officers and honor current members of service. It was a moving tribute and a fitting expression of gratitude to the men and women of our law enforcement ranks. And finally, there are no procurements this month for B&T, and that concludes B&T's report.
Mr. Glucksman.
Thank you very much. I have one question. Don't put you on the spot. Was there any kind of an increase in not ridership, but the traffic over the bridges during the strike?
There was a modest increase at the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Overall traffic was maybe up 2%. It was not significant. From last week, same time period.
Thank you.
Punchline. Long Islanders heeded the governor's suggestion that they telecommute. Okay, Capital Program Committee, Mr. Torres Springer.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Just for the record, there are no changes to the CPC work plan. Starting with just showing the board image of work happening on the 7 train in Queens, the Flushing line 2 weekends ago, and we have another big weekend outage coming up. This is a huge blitz that took place to take advantage of an outage. We had 30 crews, 13 work trains deployed in a single weekend. Truly a team effort to deliver for Queens. And of course, I just remind you, we know that this work has been disruptive. It's one of our busiest lines. We're working across 8 stations in total. We're rebuilding 6 stations on the elevated 7 line that have been structurally deteriorating for a century. And we're also making 2 stations ADA accessible in a separate contract at the same time. So we talk a lot about piggybacking and coordination of work. The old MTA probably would have done some of this work and then come back later with more outages to do another contract worth of work. We're very strategically coordinated. And I'll also say that New York City Transit's in-house forces got a ton of track work done that weekend in Manhattan on that portion of the line as well. So big things happening on the 7 train to keep it in a state of good repair. Just because of our consolidated format, the chair has told you all about this, celebrating the improvement at 148th Street. I will just say that by putting that ramp in, which our friend Q reminds us, ramps never go out of service. Ramps never have technical breakdowns. They're a great way to add accessibility. We also save $37 million, and because of our commitments to ADA accessibility, that means that money is going right into accessibility for other stations. So a really important innovation. And again, the chair mentioned that we have this partnership at Columbia to make this contribution, and MTA C&D is initiating that project. I'll also note that the platform at that station is in a real state of disrepair, and we're advancing the work very quickly. We've made it safe. In the next few weeks, we'll add some components to make the platform safe, and then initiating a project as soon as we can to make the platform repairs while we're getting going with the accessibility improvements. I'm also just going to preview that there will be an action in front of the board in a few minutes to fund some station improvement design work that will be undertaken by Queens Future on our behalf, which is the developer of the gaming facility at Metz Willits. Just to remind the board, we've talked about this before. The developer, in achieving their license, have agreed to make the 7 station fully ADA accessible, which we hear about it from the podium, and we're very happy that we're able to proceed and get that done. We also have a lot of state of good repair work to do at that station, and so we, again, are coordinating this so that we don't have, our interest and desire is that we don't have to go and take portions of that station back out again after the developer has finished making the station ADA accessible. So we're coordinating that with them, and it starts today with a request for a board action to fund the design for the state of good repair improvements, which the developer will be undertaking on our behalf. More to come on that when we get to actually being able to put that into construction. Since we're focused on Long Island today, C&D was happy to support and didn't have too much of a role in all the action the last couple of weeks. But it is a good opportunity to remind ourselves just how much investment the MTA has made on service to Long Island for the benefit of our riders over the last few years. Of course, you know this. We opened Grand Central Madison in 2023. It's quickly become the destination for over 40% of weekday commuters. It was mentioned that without Grand Central Madison, service into the city would have been fully shut down last week as a result of that Amtrak fire. Instead, I was in GCM the day that happened, and it was a mob scene. It was a lot of people getting on the trains there, but they were able to get out, get onto trains, and get home. So it's just truly transformative that we have that amenity in place. We also completed the new 33rd Street Concourse at Penn Station for the benefit of riders. We doubled the height, we doubled the width, we made a big improvement to that portion of Penn Station, and I think we've really created the template for how to make customer-serving improvements that really benefit riders and create transportation benefits at Penn Station without unduly disrupting our riders. And that template is going to be important as others move forward with looking at the future of Penn Station. On the island, we completed third track on time and on budget. That's a massive investment, very well managed, that enabled us to improve service by 40% on Long Island. And since 2020, you can see we've made 12 stations ADA accessible, major progress on improving capacity in Jamaica, which is a generational investment to alleviate that Jamaica crawl that we're still in the midst of in the new capital plan, and we're getting a lot of state of good repair work done at the same time. This month, we reached the full reopening of the 12-car platforms at Babylon Station ahead of the summer ridership season. We've been working through this major overhaul. It's a 62-year-old station that needed a lot of work, and we were able to phase this strategically to rebuild half of the platform each winter season and be done by Memorial Day in each case. So as service resumed this week, I'm sure that passengers were pleased to not have to move to the front or the back of their train if they were changing at Babylon, and that's a huge accomplishment that got done on budget and well ahead of schedule by our team. It was done in the early part of this month instead of immediately before Memorial Day. There are many more improvements slated for Long Island Railroad. In the 25-29 plan, it's a $6 billion investment, hundreds of new rail cars, shoring up critical bridges and viaducts. A ton of work will be getting done and is being initiated. And not to forget, thanks to the governor's $50 million commitment to improve Jamaica Station, we're partnering with the Port Authority to improve that fourth busiest station in North America. It started with an outreach campaign, which we kicked off with Senator Comrie out there a couple weeks back, allowing us to directly engage with customers on the upcoming station redesign project. And we'll have more details soon on opportunities to improve signage and wayfinding, elevators and escalators, and connectivity between AirTrain, Long Island Railroad, and the subway. That's all we've got for the capital report today, Chair. Happy to take questions from the board.
Any questions or comments? Ms. Hayden-Maltis.
Jamie, thank you. Back to Willets Point, where the action taken today is just doing the 7 train, not the Long Island Railroad stop.
That's right.
Okay, and there's nothing in the horizon, or is it in the capital plan to do the Willets Point Long Island Railroad stop?
We have a program for ADA accessibility on Long Island Railroad in this plan. We don't have the full funds available for that station at this point, so there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future, but at this point, it's not fully funded.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zuckerman.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you know this, we probably do, that Jamie is an accomplished runner. And as such, as Jamie may know, on, I think it's June 6th, there's a Queens 10K that happens again in that park. A lot of people take the train, the 7 train to that station. Now, if you also know, there's a wooden pedestrian overpass that is about as unsafe as I've ever seen of anything. It's worse than the Coney Island Boardwalk that the half marathon of Brooklyn was just over this weekend. So could you tell me, because I've asked your predecessors, and I've raised this a couple of times, are we going to tackle that completely unsafe pedestrian wooden bridge in this effort you're talking about?
Just to be clear,
I know we don't
it's not
know.
ours. You know.
I know, but the problem is the
But,
public doesn't know where the line stops. So I'm just asking because it's.
Okay, well,
I don't want to trip on it again in a couple of weeks.
All right. Well, the preservation of your running experience is a priority, and I'll ask
Well, I got to do
Jamie-
anything to get faster because I'm slow.
I think
Jamie, go ahead.
I think I'll be out. I'll be out supervising weekend work that weekend. I won't have a chance to get in that run. But it is a good question. I mean, we are looking. We're trying to look very comprehensively at Metz Willets in light of this. We don't just have this investment in a new casino facility. We've got the soccer stadium. There's affordable housing that was just opened last week. We also have some property out there, actually, that has good transit-oriented development potential. And there's a ton of New York City Transit, really important New York City Transit facilities. So we actually have a very big team that's working and meeting on a regular basis on what to do about Metz Willets. The Passerelle, which is the formal name for that wooden boardwalk that you mentioned, is owned by the city, and it's maintained by the city. And it, of course, it does connect Roosevelt Avenue and the stuff around Citi Field to the park, and it also connects to the Long Island Railroad station. So we've started a good dialogue with the new City Hall, with the Deputy Mayor for Operations over there. The city actually does have the intention of rebuilding the Passerelle in the future, and we're certainly encouraging them to do it. It is deeply interconnected. It's interconnected structurally with the Long Island Railroad station. We have cables hanging off of it that are really important to both of our services, and so there is a great opportunity to coordinate here. I'll just be frank. There isn't enough money to get everything done, and so we have obviously this vast system that we need to pay attention to. The city is certainly responsible for the Passerelle, having good dialogue with them, and we're looking also for other opportunities to make further investments. And we are open to a coordinated set of projects there.
And Jamie, you put up that image of the Penn Station concourse that we did. Just for, it has, among the features it has is a lighting capacity, change the lighting. We recently did that in honor of Robin Hood, that major philanthropic organization. But most important, for the past couple of weeks, we've been lighting it orange and blue for the Knicks, and they haven't lost since. So we're not taking any credit away from Jalen Brunson, but obviously, we'd like to think that we provide some good mojo for our hometown basketball team. Onward to capital project procurements. Again, presentation, but the vote, it will happen at the end. Evan.
Thank you. This month, Construction and Development is seeking approval for 4 procurement items and the 1 action item. The first item is a new award to a joint venture of Railroad Construction Company and GC Com Construction Company in the amount of $36.6 million. This is a publicly advertised and competitively solicited contract to provide design-build services for the replacement of 3 bridges on Long Island Railroad's Montauk branch. The 3 bridges are River Avenue and Cranberry Hole Road bridges in Southampton and the Sag Road Bridge in East Hampton. The next 3 items are modifications. The first is to a contract with In-House Group for the replacement of additional sidewalk and the construction of additional retaining wall at Metro North's Hastings-on-Hudson station in the amount of $75,000. This is a small business mentoring contract, and the modification is being presented to the board, notwithstanding the small amount, pursuant to the all-agency general contract procurement guidelines, which require us to come to the board where the increase to the contract is by more than 10% of the original value. The next item is a modification to a contract with Turner & Townsend. It's supporting C&D's effort to standardize processes, improve project controls, and enhance interdepartmental coordination. The mod is in the amount of $2.4 million and will provide for technical training on the new project controls manual, support in implementing the manual, and development of additional standards and procedures for project management activities to be incorporated into that manual. And then the last modification is to a contract with S&P Construction Management, Inc. in the amount of $583,000. And this is for additional civil, mechanical, and electrical work at the RFK Fleet Garage required due to field conditions identified after contract award that differed from what was anticipated. And the last item is an action item. That's the item that Jamie just mentioned. It's a request for approval to enter into a design agreement with Queens Future LLC, a joint venture consisting of the Hard Rock Casino and Steve Cohn, who's the owner of the New York Mets, for state of good repair, inspection, and design services for New York City's Transit's Mets Willets Point Station. So by this action, we are seeking approval to enter into a design agreement with Queens Future, who will engage the engineering firm STV to perform the MTA's inspection and design work along with the ADA and other enhancement work that Queens Future is committed to providing. The negotiated cost of our services is $1.81 million, which has been determined to be fair and reasonable. And these items are all described in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I submit them for your consideration and vote.
So the point is that Queens Future is paying us for our services. Is that the point?
No, the point, Queens Future is doing its own design work for the enhancements that it's committed to perform. There is some other state of good repair work that is not part of that agreement that we need to have done. It makes the most sense to do it holistically all at the same time. STV has been engaged before to do work for us at that station, so they're going to engage STV to do one comprehensive design program. We're going to pay for our piece of that.
Okay, all right. Jamie, would you just explain to the board the project controls agreement, because this is essential to the faster, better, cheaper agenda?
It is, and if we weren't in a joint board, we would actually be doing a presentation on this, and we'll do it sometime in the future. So, when we created C&D, it was the result of a whole lot of work in transformation and also a series of recommendations about how to get things done more efficiently. And we've been systematically implementing those recommendations. One of them is that we've created an Office of Corporate Performance, which sits underneath our agency chief of staff, Rachel Laserin, and it's charged with a number of things, but part of it is putting a project controls and project management system into place. That means that we are in a much more systematic way monitoring schedule, budget, risk, on each project and looking at it in, as sophisticated a way as we can. This firm, Turner & Townsend, has been helping us to put those systems into place. The second thing that we're doing is putting one comprehensive digital project management system into place. We're using an Oracle platform, and it's already producing tremendous results. It means that we really have one view of all the different aspects of a project from, from procurement to payment on the commercial side, on the procurement and commercial side of a project, and then on the project management components, all of the activities that have to be monitored in the course of getting a project done and supervising all this work that's happening, it's all getting done in one digital platform. And so this firm is helping us to integrate the work of project controls with that digital management system. And that's, we need some more of their services, but they will be wrapping up. They'll be wrapping up in February of next year, and then we'll have a pretty good system in place.
Okay, so apologies for taking us down in the weeds, but I think this is, it's important that the board understand how the different elements of faster, better, cheaper are being effectuated. This is an important step for that. Any other questions or comments for Jamie? Then we'll go to the CFO report in the Finance Committee. Jay Patel.
Thank you, Chair. As you mentioned earlier, I'll start with FIMTech. Today's board meeting also serves as the annual meeting of the MTA's wholly owned pure captive insurance company, First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company, or FIMTech as I'll refer to it. In simple terms, FIMTech provides insurance and reinsurance coverage for the MTA and its subsidiaries and affiliates as part of MTA's broader risk management and insurance strategy. The annual meeting materials include financial statements, actuary reports, as well as BlackRock's investment review. The details are in the portfolio, but I'll give you a little bit of a brief highlight. FIMTech strengthened financially during 2025, with equity increasing by approximately $39 million, driven by improved operating results, stronger investment income, and lower net losses. On the casualty renewal side, our coverage increased from $375 million to $392 million, ahead of the expected increase in the federal railroad liability cap that's in 2026, and had a small increase in the premium increase. Property renewal was also very successful this year. Total risk transfer increased from $400 million to $500 million, with only a modest premium increase. Importantly, we also reduced MTA's self-insurance exposure by transferring an additional $29 million of risk into the commercial insurance market. As part of, I'll remind everyone, after Sandy occurred, it was hard for us to procure insurance at a higher limit. It took us over 10 years to get back to over $500 million of insurance on property. Also, the renewal includes strong flood and windstorm coverage despite the challenging market conditions. Another highlight was successful placement of the new owner-controlled insurance program, OSIP, for SAS 2 Phase 2, Contract 2. We're also applying a similar strategy for Contract 3. Turning to the investments, FIMTech's aggregate portfolio exceeded $1 billion at year end in 2025, an increase of approximately $106 million from the prior year. The portfolio generated 7.26% return in 2025, exceeding benchmarks over the 1, 3, and 5-year periods. There's one action item for FIMTech. It's the cybersecurity certificate. It is the annual cybersecurity certification, which requires approval as required under New York State Department of Financial Services regulations. FIMTech completed its annual cybersecurity review and filed its certification of compliance with the state on April 14th in accordance with 23 and New York City RR Part 500. Existing MTA FIMTech cybersecurity policies and procedures are already designed to meet the latest Department of Financial Services requirements, including new rules that took effect in November 2025 related to monitoring and assessing third-party vendors. In 26, FIMTech updated its vendor cybersecurity risk review process to align with the Department of Financial Services regulations. Approval is recommended for this item. Now moving on to normal Finance Committee materials, I'll give a brief highlight on financial results. Preliminary year-to-date April operating results were very favorable to the adopted budget by approximately $196 million. These results are still being reviewed and audited. The largest favorable drivers were stronger than budgeted dedicated tax revenues, particularly urban and PMT. There were about $189 $81 million favorable compared to budget. On the operating revenue, we're modestly unfavorable, $27 million. That's mostly on the subway and bus side due to the winter weather in January and February. Operating expenses are essentially on budget through April. They're slightly favorable, about $26 million. And then we also had $11 million of debt service favorability. On the capital subsidy side, we're also favorable, $111 million. That's primarily driven through stronger than budgeted real estate transfer tax receipts and congestion pricing revenue. One item that is up for action this month is the annual investment report and investment guidelines. Every year we produce this. 2025 was a good year for the MTA. The annual item is provides the investment portfolio performance and practices according to state law. In 2025, we had approximately $580 million in earned interest. It yielded about 4.13%. The portfolio included operating liquidity, internal borrowable funds, and reserves. It also had TBTA operating liquidity, bond resolution restricted funds, and real estate escrows. Our consistent policy and objective is preserving principal and maintaining liquidity. Funds remain predominantly invested in U.S. Treasury bills and notes. The weighted average maturity of the portfolio during 2025 was approximately 95 days, and it yielded, as I said, 4.13%. The other item in front of you that is a walk-on that you received is the Long Island Railroad tariff change. We're seeking board approval to issue a prorated refund to Long Island Railroad May monthly customer ticket holders for each of the days that service was suspended due to the strike, and temporarily waive the standard $10 administrative fee applied to funds. I usually talk in millions. I apologize. For the month of May, Long Island Railroad sold 67,893 monthly tickets for May. And about 75% of them approximately are on my Train Time app. Those customers will receive an automatic refund back to their credit cards or debit cards by June 30th of 2026. Customers who purchased a monthly ticket using transit benefit cards would get a refund on that card. And then customers who purchased tickets at a station booth or ticket vending machine, they'll receive that refund through an application process that we'll put online. The calculation is based on the 31 days a monthly ticket holder receives. And the strike was 3 full days, a sort of half day of the 4th, so we're still going to do the 4 full days. So the calculation is 4 over 31, or 12.9% refund value off their total monthly ticket. We estimate this will cost about $2.4 million over the 4-day period. We recommend the board approves this, as we had discussed during the April board meeting, that we would issue prorated refunds. A couple information items, I'll be quick on those. There's also in the report is the annual billings to local governments for station maintenance costs associated with each of the jurisdictions. And then a couple other items is the annual pension and retirement report. There are also financial statements for the 4th quarter of 2025, which Audit will go through. And lastly, there's an information item on the that Sergio went through for New York City Transit on the R68s. That concludes the finances report. I'll take any questions. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Sergio for
Questions or comments on any of this? Okay, I'm glad we're able to give folks refunds. Most of them, the vast majority, will get them automatically, electronically. And I just want to make sure that, Jerry, that the ridership is aware that most people there's no bureaucracy involved. Okay? All right. Sergio, the few procurements related to finance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. There is one MTA headquarters item this month for Finance Committee seeking board approval to award a competitively negotiated personal services contract to ABC Engineering of New York for independent engineering assessments of MTA railway, highway grade crossings. The contract term is for 3 years with 2 one-year options from June 2026 through May of 2031 for a not-to-exceed amount of $11 million. Long Island Railroad and Metro North operate approximately 440 public grade crossings. This contract will support ongoing safety efforts by providing independent assessments of roadway geometry, traffic conditions, train operations, and safety systems. The work will help identify risks, recommend targeted improvements, and support coordination with the state and local roadway authorities. The assessments will be used to identify and prioritize high-risk crossings, develop safety improvement concepts, and support capital planning and grant applications. Services under this contract shall be executed on an as-needed basis to ensure engineering resources are aligned with emerging safety needs, capital planning, and funding opportunities. Pricing includes fixed hourly rates and unit costs per assessment for the full contract term, including the option periods. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions about any of that? Okay, Mr. Florio, you have some.
Mr. Chairman, real estate has 3 action items. Administrative item is the eminent domain procedural or determinations and findings for the acquisition of property interest for the Transit's Nostrand Avenue ADA project in Brooklyn. This had gone to the board last September.
David, you got to speak up a little
Can you hear
louder
me
or
now?
closer to the mic.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, the first item is the determination and findings pursuant to EDPL in connection with the Nostrand Avenue ADA improvement acquisitions for the ADA improvement. The 2 transactional items, the first is for New York City Transit, and it's the lease with Mohammed Almudeh for retail space at 1498 Sheepshead Bay Road in Brooklyn. And the second is for Metro North, and is the acquisition of property from New York State DOT along Bruckner Boulevard in the Bronx in support of the Penn Station Access Project.
Okay. Those are in the book. Any other comments or questions about any of that? Okay, thank you to you both. We're going to hear from Lamont. Is Lamont? Lamont, okay. Lamont, corporate governance. We do this infrequently, but it's important. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. We have one action item this morning. Public Authorities Law, Section 2879, requires this board to annually both review and approve the MTA's general contract procurement guidelines, as well as the all-agency service contract procurement guidelines. Copies of both guidelines are in your materials. I am happy to say at this point there are no recommended changes at this time. However, the law does require an annual review and approval, so that is an action item. Public Authorities Law also requires that this board annually review our code of ethics to ensure that the MTA maintains the highest ethical standards. Each year, we ask this board to review both the MTA all-agency code of ethics as well as the board member code of ethics. As I think some of you know who did the ethics training recently, I'm happy to say the board member code of ethics is celebrating its 20th anniversary. So it is 20 years young, and it has been serving us well for all those years. And I'm also happy to say, therefore, there are no changes being recommended to either the all-agency or the board member code of ethics. Next on the agenda is the review of the mission statement, measurement, and performance report. That report was actually reviewed by the Finance Committee back in March 23rd, 2026. Therefore, it does not need to be voted on again at this time. Each year, the board is also required to review the policy on whistleblower protection. Compliance has taken a look at that policy, and we believe there are no changes required at this time. The final item on the agenda for corporate governance is reviewing any policies that are required for board approval pursuant to Public Authorities Law. We have no policies at this time that require board approval.
Okay, so we're standing pat on everything, huh?
And we're standing pat, but the code of ethics is serving us well, both the all-agency and the board members.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Lamont.
Welcome.
Any questions or comments? If not, we're going to hear from Auditor General Monica Murray.
Thank you. I'm going to be joined by Jim McGovern in a minute.
For the record, there's no changes to our work plan. We'll go straight to committee matters. Jim McGovern, the MTA Deputy Chief from the Comptroller's Office, is here to brief the committee on management's review of the 2025 MTA Consolidated Financial Statements. This review includes changes in capital, net assets, other assets, and operating revenues and expenses. Jim?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm here to present an annual review of the MTA Consolidated Financial Statements. The annual audit is in the process of being completed by our outside auditing team from Deloitte, and they will be reporting on their status of the audit after me. Okay, the MTA is comprised of the following reporting entities. Of the 10 entities shown, 8 of them have separate audits, and each entity has its own separate materiality threshold from an audit perspective. The MTA's financial statements are prepared in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles in the United States, referred to as GAAP, using accounting standards established by the Government Accounting Standards Board, referred to it as GASB, and they include the 6 sections as follows: the MD&A, the basic financial statements, notes to the financial statements, required supplementary information, and additional supplementary information, if that's not enough. This slide shows the new GASB accounting standards that were implemented in 2025 and are required to be implemented in the future. For 2025, we implemented GASB Accounting Standard 102, certain risk disclosures. This GASB, the purpose of this GASB is to enhance financial reporting by requiring disclosure of risks associated with concentrations, lack of diversity in resource inflows or outflows, and constraints, limitations imposed by external parties or internal governance. GASB 102 is a disclosure in the footnote section of the financial statements. The most basic example of the MTA concentration or constraint is the MTA reliance upon New York State subsidies, for covering operating expenses. The consolidated statement of net position. I just want to remind the board that the categories shown are in a more summarized view and not the same level of detail as required or reported in the audited financial statements. MTA consolidated report reflects total assets and deferred outflows of $130 billion, with liabilities and deferred inflows of $102 billion, and net position of $28 billion. This slide shows the changes in assets from prior year, and I just want to highlight some of the reasons for the changes. Cash and investments increased by $6.6 billion, primarily due to the receipt and investment of bond proceeds for the Real Estate Transfer Trust and payroll mobility bonds, the federal preventive maintenance grants, the CRZ loan, and the one-time casino license fee. Capital asset increases are primarily increased work across all asset classes, and deferred outflow changes are primarily a result of actuarial assumption changes. The largest factor is an increase in the interest rate assumptions. This slide shows the changes in liabilities from prior years. Long-term debt increase is primarily due to the issuance of real estate transfer tax revenue bonds, PMT bonds, and a subordinated band during 2025. The OPEB liability decrease is primarily due to a change in the actuarial assumptions. I referred to the interest rate assumption earlier. Net pension liability decreased, again, primarily due to changes in the actuarial evaluation and gains on the fair value of the assets in the plan. Deferred inflow of resources increased, primarily due to $0.3 billion from leases and $0.3 billion related to pensions and OPEB as a result of the changes in the actuarial assumptions. The next 2 slides are really chart showing assets and liabilities by agencies and percentages of capital assets and liabilities, and are for information. There's really no significant changes to discuss here. There we go. The income statement for 2025, there is an operating deficit of $11.6 billion. Let me just get to that. One change to bring up is the increase in the subsidies and tax revenues. You'll see it about in the middle of the page there, which some of the significant drivers to this change is the increase in the payroll mobility tax, the one-time casino license fee, and an increase in the federal preventive maintenance grant reimbursements. Statement of cash flows. There's nothing of significance to note that has not been disclosed in the changes to the balance sheet and income statement here. So nothing really more to report there. And then finally, this slide is a listing of all the footnotes that are in the audited financial statements. There's a new footnote, number 16, which refers to the GASB 102, which I spoke about earlier, as a newly implemented requirement. That's it for my presentation. I just want to give a thank you to the members of the Controller's Department who participated in preparing these reports. Special thanks to Lisa Tan, I think she's here, who leads the effort in the financial reporting. And thanks to the Deloitte Group for their technical guidance and the good working relationship that exists between us. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Questions or comments?
Can I make a comment, Chair?
Jay, yes.
Thank you. I just want to remind, thank you, Jim, for putting that presentation together. As a reminder, Jim talked about some of the increases in revenue, the PMT, the casino license fees. Those were already factored into the budget. As you recall, we got an extra PMT to help us with our capital budget for the $68 billion capital program. That was the increase in receipts, and then the casino license fees were also as part of the financial plan. They just came in December of '25 rather than in 2026.
All right, any other questions or comments on that presentation? If not, I think we're going to have to hear from the auditor, right?
Yes, I have Kostas Makrakis, Managing Director, who's joining remotely, and Kevin Richards, who's here in person from Deloitte, the MTA's public accounting firm, to present the results of their review of the 2025 MTA consolidated year-end financial statements. Financial statements will be issued in final form after the board's review and approval.
Thank you, Monica, and good afternoon. My name is Kostas Makrakis. I am the Deloitte MTA Lead Client Service Managing Director. We have prepared the following comments to assist the Audit Committee in fulfilling their obligation to oversee the financial reporting and disclosure process for which management of the MTA and each of the 7 agencies are responsible. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on whether the MTAs and each of its agencies' financial statements and the supplementary information that accompanies the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the US. We are currently in the process of finalizing the audit of the MTA's consolidated financial statements, as well as the standalone financial statements of its 7 agencies for 2025, and we expect to issue our audit opinions within the next couple of weeks. Our audits are conducted in accordance with generally accepted auditing practices in the US and in accordance with auditing standards as issued by the Government Accountability Office. During the year, as Jim mentioned, I will not repeat the information. The MTA adopted GASB 102, which requires certain risk disclosures. Something that was also new this year was at the TBTA standalone financial statements, the congestion relief zone tolling program that provided disclosures related to the program's financial position and performance, and provide a greater transparency into its operational implementation. And this disclosure segment information were subjected to audit procedures. Significant accounting estimates at the MTA financial statements is pension and other post-employment benefits, as well as estimated liabilities arising from injuries to persons. As of now, there are no errors, no uncorrected misstatements or disclosure item past identified during our audits at the MTA group and agency level. There were no disagreements with management. We had unrestricted access to the MTA senior management in the performance of our audits. Again, as Jim mentioned, consistent with prior years, we have an emphasis of matter paragraph in an audit opinion. We still issue a clean audit opinion. It's not a qualification. We just want to emphasize on these matters and draw the attention to the user of these financial statements. The fact is that MTA requires significant subsidies from and has material transactions with the City of New York, the State of New York, the State of Connecticut, and federal on certain tax revenues that are economically sensitive. We have not identified as of now any material weakness or significant deficiencies in the internal control over financial reporting. We expect to issue our management letter points 30 days after the issuance of our audit opinion. We will also issue the single audit report the second week of July and the National Transit Database agreed upon procedure reports by the end of June. Before I conclude my remarks with my presentation, I would like to express our appreciation to the management team for their outstanding cooperation, transparency, and understanding throughout the audit of the largest transportation authority in the country. And that concludes my remarks.
Okay. And so we can say, Jay, that we have a clean audit? Monica? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other, I think there's a vote required on this, Monica, right?
Yeah, we'll vote on that later. I think Costas also has a report out on the investment compliance report.
Oh, goody. Let's go.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. In connection with our audit, nothing came to our attention that caused us to believe that the authority failed to comply with the authority's investment guidelines, the New York State's Comptroller's investment guidelines, and the New York State's Public Authorities Law. This report is intended solely for the information and use of the Board of Directors and management of the authority and the Office of New York State Comptroller. And that concludes my report on the investment compliance.
Okay. Okay. But we're going to have a vote at the end on that? Okay. A lot of stuff that's required of us by law and regulation, and we're getting through it all. Are there any open audit recommendations, Lamont, that we need to discuss? It just doesn't work, my friend.
Okay, all right. I guess I'm not going to make it on The Voice. Okay. So, no, we are constantly monitoring those, and right now there are some that are outstanding, but we've reached out to the various agencies and departments responsible, but there's nothing critical at this point.
Okay. All right. And I hear that we are due for a presentation from Mr. Portnoy about IT issues. I ask you to proceed with alacrity.
Thank you, Chair. Luckily for me, my mic is working. From the tech perspective, thanks, Lamont. So, thank you, Chair. Hi, everybody. We wanted to provide a very quick, brief update on a couple of interesting changes that we've done within the technology department. So rather than providing regular stats, we wanted to talk about the hypothesis, and you can probably put my presentation up, that we developed a few years ago, which successfully changed the transformation of the IT organization. What we've done in the past few years, thank you very much, is moved the technology department to a different type of an operational structure where we align the IT resources directly with the business unit and transform the way we deliver IT solutions, leading with the internal IT resources. I'll share a couple of examples later in my presentation, but this new model has effectively positioned our department to deploy business supporting applications faster, more reliable, and in direct partnership with MTA HQ departments and operating agencies. That allowed us to reduce the reliance on external consultants. That came from the understanding that a few years ago we started looking at things. We had a lot of consultants on board, and we know that the MTA by itself is a very complex operation. Different departments, different operating agencies have unique requirements. It takes time to train the resources, to onboard the resources. So we brought people over. We specifically trained them in each of the areas, and that transitioned to a very successful, in my opinion, solution delivery. We also were able to reduce the vacancy rate in the IT department from the 15-18% a few years ago with support of the chair and the management team to a rolling 5 to 6%, which is a very regular vacancy rate. It allows us to maintain stability of the resources, stability of the solution delivery, and many, many effective ways to partner with different departments and operating agencies. So with that, I'm going to show a couple of examples that we've recently accomplished. These are a few from the thousands that projects that we're working on, but these are the ones that we feel the board will appreciate us highlighting. So the first one is a tremendous partnership with New York City Transit and our police department. As you've heard and read in the news, we've delivered the e-citation program that has been developed in-house with cooperation with some of the industry experts. We've used the term co-development, where our own employees are sitting next with the leaders in the industry developing the solution, and then we're going to insource it and continue to maintain it ourselves. And as I'm sure you've heard from others, this has been a really great success. The next two are the ones that are based on the recent railroad fare change. We've partnered with both railroads successfully. I might say Rob and Justin are smiling, so maybe that's a vote of confidence. The team has worked very closely with rolling out new vending machines. I could say that luckily for us, in January, we've rolled out the new fare without any major or minor issues for that matter. It was a great success. Our IT team worked directly with the vendor to implement the solution, to implement the fare changes. This is something that has not been done consistently before, something we're very proud of, and the team is going to continue supporting this vending machines and technology behind them. The next one is we finished the rollout of the new onboard validation devices in Metro North. We're almost done with Long Island Railroad. These new devices are receiving substantial level of satisfaction from our folks on the trains, from conductors. They love it. It's the latest technology from one of the two manufacturers of the mobile devices, iPhones, and conductors really love it. It has a lot of new features. They're able to go scan the tickets, scan the credit cards right there, and right there on the train car. And then last but not least, and you've heard a big presentation last time, we're very proud of this new MTA Transit app. Again, the previous one and this one has been done with the in-house resources. We're positioned better, we're delivering faster, and we're delivering at a fraction of the cost. That concludes my presentation. Chair, thank you for your support.
I mean, these are all things that we are actually central to our everyday operation. And to be able to, as the fair enforcement process, modern fair enforcement is implemented, having the ability to generate the summonses, or many of them are warnings, actually, not actual tickets, under the law that we push. First offenses gets a warning. But to be able to churn out that automatically by the insertion of a driver's license or another ID is really, it speeds up the whole process, and it's good for everybody. And there's so many other applications that Raf showed that really make a difference. So this is, for us, this is kind of breakthrough. You don't have to go through a procurement process and hire IBM and take 2 years to do everything if you have an in-house team. And that MTA app is getting rave reviews. That was done in-house as well, so that's good stuff. Okay. One final topic for discussion, Monica, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes.
Okay, and it requires executive session.
Thank you, yes.
So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion for an executive session to discuss a financially sensitive topic, and it has to do with current litigation. May I have a motion? Thank you, Dan. Thank you, second, Lisa Soren. We're in executive session. Thank you. Resuming the meeting. During executive session, we discussed proposed pending or current litigation. Monica, does that conclude the audit business?
That concludes audit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Juliet, I'm deep sixing. Now, with apologies to Dara Goldberg, we're going to skip over our planned presentation. Moving on to the board actions. Blanca, can you bring us through the walk-on item that was presented to the Railroad Committee?
I have the chair of the joint, no, I don't have anything for board approval on this one.
I'm told there's no vote on it, even though it's in the script. So there you go. What I hope is accurate is that there are procurements for the New York City Transit Committee. Ms. Mahaltis.
There are. I think that's what my paper says. The committee is seeking authorization to use the expedited change order procedure for the R268 train procurement with Kawasaki. That's the first one.
Okay.
Second one is New York City Transit requests that the board waive formal competitive bidding and approve the purchase of 92 over-the-road express clean diesel buses and related items in the total estimated amount of $120,821,133.
Okay.
I guess I move these procurements.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion for the two New York City Transit procurements. May I have a second? Dr. Rizzo. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry. Moving on to bridges and tunnels, no items to vote on. Mr. Garodnik, would you do the Capital Program Committee procurements?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There are 5 items this month requiring board approval. The first is design build for replacement of the East End bridges, which we had the presentation on. This is in the amount of 36 million plus, includes stipend to each of 3 unsuccessful proposers. Shall I do them all together?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Second is installation of bike racks at 14 Metro North stations and sidewalk reconstruction at Hastings on Hudson. MTA C&D requests board ratification of the modification for replacement of additional sidewalk and construction of a retaining wall. The third is delivery program and project controls consultant. Ratification to approve a contract to Turner and Townsend to support delivery of MTA's capital program in an amount not to exceed $2.4 million. RFK Fleet Garage is the fourth for exit corridor repairs on Randall's Island. We are asking the board to ratify a modification to a contract with S&P Construction Management for a variety of civil, mechanical, and electrical work at RFK Fleet Garage, and to extend the substantial completion date by 12 months to April 22nd, 2027. The last one is approval to enter into a design agreement for a state of good repair inspection and design services at the Met's Willits Point Station on the IRT Flushing line with Queens Future for roughly $1.8 million. That's the group.
Okay.
And I move them.
And Mr. Garodnik has the motion. Ms. Lopez has a second. All in favor? Any opposition?
I have to recuse myself from number 3 and number 5.
Just which ones are those?
Number 3 is the contract to Turner and Townsend, and number 5 is Met's Willits.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you for noting the recusal on the record. All in favor of the procurements? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry. Moving on to the Finance Committee, Mr. Zuckerman.
Okay, thank you very much. A number of these have been described already. So the first 2 come from Sergio, our procurement head. The first is MTA seeks to approve this board's award of a competitive contract that has been proposed expenditure of $11 million. Second, as Sergio also described, engineering assessment of grade crossings. This is a competitively negotiated contract for engineering assessments. Maximum not to exceed in the amount of also $11 million. That's one set. Should I move them now? What's the process? I'll do them all. Okay, I'm just going to read them. The second are the usual real estate items. There's 3 separate real estate items as David described. The first is request board approval of determinations and findings and authorization to pursue proceedings to acquire property interest by eminent domain. I assume that's for Penn Station access. The second is for New York State Transit, authorization to a lease agreement for street-level retail space. There's a lot of details about the percentages. We don't need to worry about those. And the third is acquisition of, this is for Penn Station. This is Bruckner Boulevard property for a new electric substation of $1.2 million. The third is, as Jimmy likes to talk about, our FIMTAC group. We got to move on the FIMTAC group here, and that is approval of our annual cybersecurity certification material compliance filed with the state's Department of Financial Services on April 14th of this year. The fourth is the thoughtful, and I appreciate Jerry's comment about the refund for the Long Island Railroad monthly tickets during the strike, which is a couple of $1 million to the MTA of the cost of that. So we'd like to move that. And then finally, the 2025 annual investment report as required by Public Authorities Law, Section 2925, for those of you checking your hymnal. I have next to a pastor. I shouldn't even make a humorous joke like that. We seek approval for the 2025 annual investment report. That is the full set of items, sir. I move them.
Okay. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Fleischer. All of these items were included in the book, so right? All these items have been included in the book, so none of them are unknown to the board members. So thank you, Mr. Zuckerman, for going through it. We have a motion. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry. Do we have something on corporate governance we have to do, Mr. Herbst?
Chair, the Corporate Governance Committee has one item for approval. The Corporate Governance Committee seeks board approval of the MTA's all-agency general contract procurement guidelines and all-agency service contract procedures guidelines.
Okay. That's on the table. Motion?
I will make that motion.
Okay, Mr. Chu seconds it. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries. Thank you.
This concludes the Corporate Governance Committee report.
All right, and the audited financials come through Mr. Jones and the Audit Committee.
Chair, the Audit Committee has two matters for board approval. The first is approval of the MTA consolidated year-end 2025 financial statements. As you've heard, representatives from Deloitte, the MTA's public accounting firm, presented the results of their review of the 2025 MTA consolidated year-end financials. I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2025 consolidated financial statements.
Okay, second, Ms. Dr. Rizzo. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
The second is approval of the investment compliance report. Continuing with Deloitte, we reviewed MTA's compliance with the guidelines governing investment practices. I'd like to make a motion to approve the investment compliance report.
Thank you. And second, Mr. Fleischer. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries. I also want to note my appreciation to Mr. Jones for taking on the Audit Committee a couple of years in a row. No, seriously, because you've run organizations for quite some time, so you know the significance. Thank you for that. All right, the final item of administrative business is the minutes. Minutes from each of the prior committee and April board meetings have been distributed. Corrections or omissions?
They were updated this morning, so they're fine.
Okay. With no further corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed and corrected. I'm moving an adjournment, but I will invite the board members who have a little extra time, we've gone on long, to step into the room next door to hear a presentation from Dara Goldberg on our preparations for FIFA and all the transportation issues associated with it, which have been very thorough. But with that, I'm moving the adjournment. May I have a second? Ms. Soren, thank you. We're going to step into the other room. We are in adjournment, but we're going to step into the other room for that presentation. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back to our friends in the press who've been ignoring us. I thought today's board meeting was interesting in part because, I mean, one thing that I was thrilled that got through is the fact that we are automatically going to credit all our monthly ticket holders, or at least 80% of them, with back to their credit cards or through however they pay on the Train Time app with for the 4 days that they lost. And usually that's a process that requires a lot of debate or takes time to figure out. It's simple. We're going to give you the money back for those 4 days that were lost. I was glad that, I hope you guys will help us get that information out. But it also, I think the meeting showed that we've all been distracted for the last week plus, but intensely distracted for more than a week by what was going on with the Long Island Railroad. And there was still a ton of stuff which was reported on by the rest of the MTA. And I was just glad to have it come through that how much different positive stuff is going on at all parts of the MTA. But let's hear about what's going wrong at the MTA. Tim.
All right, let's start with Andrew Siff of WNBC.
Mr. Chairman, on the subject of the rebate or refund for the Long Island Railroad customers, was there any discussion? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, super generous, since some of the monthly users wouldn't be using the railroad on a Saturday, were able to take the train on Tuesday afternoon. Can you just talk about, did you want to give people something extra, or just how you came about with the 4 days?
I think that I thought we actually had a quick discussion about that, and I didn't think it was going to be fair to assume that monthly ticket holders only travel on the weekdays. We've got surging ridership on the Long Island Railroad nights, weekends, not the non-commutation ridership, as they say. So it didn't seem fair to start, assuming that folks were going to use the railroad only to get back and forth to a job in Manhattan. That's not how the railroad's being used these days, so we didn't want to make that assumption.
And just as a quick follow-up, what's your message to folks who are going to be, opening their app and saying, "Oh, I've got my electronic credit here"? Are you saying, we get it, this was a pain in the neck for you guys, or what are you trying to communicate?
You know what? Honestly, Andrew, there's no special communication here. The bottom line is our riders are loyal, and the Long Island Railroad has come back stronger. I think I said this. The Long Island, at the press conference, has come back stronger than any other commuter railroad in the United States by a lot. Nobody would have predicted that suburban commuters would come back in percentage-wise as good or better than subway customers. And they have, and they've shown loyalty, and we've improved service, and we just want to keep that very positive, the positive trend with our ridership going. And all of a sudden, we're getting very high customer satisfaction about, in general, from Long Island Railroad customers, and there's a sense of sort of mutual obligation. They're happy with us. We want to keep that going, and part of that is giving people a full refund for the days they lost the use of the railroad.
All right, continuing the theme of positivity, improved service, and great satisfaction with the Long Island Railroad, here's Alfonso Castillo from Newsday.
Hi, Jetto. Quickly on the refunds, I heard something about also waiving the $10 refund fee. Does that apply to people who, we've heard from some folks who said they bought a ticket at a machine not being aware of the strike and then realized they couldn't use it?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody bought a ticket that was for that usable in that on the days we had a strike, they're entitled to a refund. Absolutely.
How about weekly ticket holders?
I'll have to get into the specifics with you offline.
Okay. We could follow up. Obviously, in the weeks leading up to the strike, you were very critical about some of the pay that these workers made, about what you said were abusive work rules and workers feasting on overtime. The strike has come and gone, and not a lot of that has been changed. Is it sort of deflating that this opportunity was missed to make meaningful changes to some of these work rules? And is there any hope of ever doing that?
Well, I think that something was accomplished, which is the public and decision makers for the region understand, I mean, we took advantage of the opportunity to make sure that everybody understands how the current system works, that there are outdated, antiquated, and somewhat abusive work rules that are still on the books. And the way things work is once a work rule is on the books, you can't change it if the other side doesn't want to. And I think we need to think collectively about whether that is that's good for everybody, because and bringing it to public attention and the consequence of public attention, I think, is useful from that standpoint. But let me also say this: we also made it clear to the unions, although they refused to bargain the work rules in the context of the economics and the other aspects of the collective bargaining agreement that we were working on, Alfonso, we also made it clear to them that the offer remains open, that they are, if they are willing to work something out with us to ease or alter or eliminate a work rule that is, in our view, wasteful and inefficient and outdated, that we will work with them on some form of compensation for that. And that offer remains open, and it's part of our agreement with them that we are continuing to have those discussions if they are willing. Okay?
All right, let's go to Kevin Vesey. He's right there from News 12, Long Island. Kevin.
All right, thank you. Today, one board member raised concerns about the long-term financial health of the MTA. Are there any concerns from you about other unions now trying to get a deal that's the same or similar to what these Long Island Railroad unions just got? And if so, what effect would that have on your budget?
Well, just let me be clear. The deal that just got made, it's not a secret. We are letting the union. We're following the normal ritual of letting the unions go through their ratification process before we present it to our board, and the details then become public, right? But let's just be very clear, and on the basics, which is the unions wouldn't have made the deal unless they thought it was a good deal for their members, but we would have never made the deal if we didn't think it was consistent with the MTA budget. We wouldn't have made the deal if we thought it put the MTA in a financial hole again. We wouldn't have made the deal if we believed it was going to take us backward financially, and it doesn't. So the premise of your question that we're afraid that others seek a similar deal, I don't agree with, number one. Number two is, yeah, it's a quote unquote pattern. It's the first agreement about the fourth year, the year that was not covered in the other collective bargaining agreements. It has weight because of that, but the other unions have a longer term to bargain, so there's going to be a much a different kind of agreement with other unions for what was meant to be the next collective bargaining cycle. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's not the whole deal for the next set of unions. We have a much more extensive, both in terms of term and all the issues that have to be resolved in those other collective bargaining agreements to follow.
Could the ending point of this term for these 5 unions potentially be the starting point for other unions going forward?
You mean end in time?
No, the percentage which hasn't been made public. The percentage of the wage increase.
I think that the deal has its weight as the first agreement for 1 year, but we're not bargaining up. We're going to bargain to make sure that we stay absolutely within the MTA's financial plan. I mean, there are pressures on the MTA's financial plan all the time from all kinds of things, but our determination to stay in the financial plan remains unchanged.
All right, next up is Stefanos Chen from the New York Times. Stefanos.
Hi, Jano. One question about comments that Transportation Secretary Duffy made yesterday. Thank you. About funding that he plans to provide for Penn Station redesign, the $8 billion he said the other day. At this point, I know that the MTA is not as involved, neither as Governor Hochul's office. But do you have thoughts on what he had said yesterday? Have they clued you in on anything about those plans, or when we might hear more about it?
No, I mean, let's just set the table, we know that the decision-making on that the Trump administration is making about what to do with Penn Station is being made by them alone. And, you know, it's not a secret because the New York Post columnists have written about phone calls they've had with the President of the United States about that he's meeting with all of the bidders and he's weighing in on which of the designs he likes and so on. But we haven't seen any of it, not a single thing. And that's why you've heard from, you know, a lot of the elected officials on the West Side and elsewhere stating publicly, I think they had a press conference, that they don't understand why there is a secret process to redesign New York's transportation, you know, big transportation terminal, which is the busiest transportation terminal in the United States. So we haven't had any discussion with them about it. Just, you know, to remind everybody, we're not standing on the sidelines while others decide. What we said was, hey, we're happy to be involved, but we're not going to do what you're asking us, Andy Byford, to waive our lease rights and accept the role as a non-voting technical committee member, which is what was offered to us. What we're saying is we have the rights under our lease that you can't tear up our area or anything that affects our area, full stop. It's a prepaid lease. It's got 130 years left on it. That's it. But so we haven't been standing on the sidelines. We have been clear that we are fully prepared to participate, but we have not been allowed to do so to date. As for, and that's important to us in part because we completed successfully that redesign of the concourse stuff that cost, you know, a few $100 million, but it has moved Long Island Railroad Penn customer satisfaction from like 50% into, I think it's north of 80% now. So it's been very well received, and our Penn customers, which together with the subway customers represent way more than half of all of the Penn users, are really happy with what they've got so far. So we have strong opinions. But I'll say this is like, I heard that about that Duffy comment at the hearing, and number one, the plan that we were working on with New Jersey Transit and Amtrak before the Trump administration took over Penn Station for themselves and Amtrak was a lot cheaper than that. And nevertheless, I'd say it's great news that the Trump administration has decided they want to give, you know, that many $1 billion to renovate Penn Station. We'll have to see what plans they have. We're keeping an open mind. But if they have $8 billion, I think certainly a lot can be accomplished. And it's good news from the standpoint of Governor Hochul's factual statement that New York ain't paying. So that's my view on the Penn Station situation.
All right, we've name-checked the New York Post. That brings us right to Haley Brown, representing them here today. Haley.
On the RFK fleet garage design errors, it's going to cost taxpayers more than $500,000 and be a year late. How does this fit in with your claim that MTA construction and development work is faster, better, cheaper? And then also, if you
could you repeat the question? Which garage are you talking about?
It's RFK Fleet Garage. In the staff
Where?
summary, it said that there were design errors that led to. That's why the board today approved that $580 million change. So I'm just asking how that fits in with the slogan "Faster, Better, Cheaper," and then maybe he knows. Could you just explain how the design mistakes were made? It said you guys are reviewing.
We'll get back to you with more detail on that. What I will say is the construction process very often results in conditions being discovered that you don't know about until you start work. Wherever there is an issue that results from a design error, we go after the perpetrators of those errors and make sure that they're fully on the hook for it. So that's why you don't see a lot of this. But in some cases, there are legitimate change orders for things that turn up as you're getting the work done that just have to be done. But we can come back to you with more detail.
Do you want to talk about the slogan at all?
The what?
The faster, better, cheaper, but this is more expensive and slower. It's going to be slowed down by a year now.
we'll come back to you with a comment. You do
No
have,
worries.
you have made clear the insight that there are occasionally projects that are not as fast as they might otherwise be. You have made that point. Thank you.
All right, we're moving on now to Dave Colon, who has offered to personally change the colors on Penn Station lights, orange and blue, every night, now that it's working so well. Dave, unbelievable last night. You got no sleep, but here you are representing Streets Blog.
It's an exciting time for me to be alive. Adjournment, May the 20th be with you. I wanted to go back to something that I asked you about 6 months ago. I was sitting here, probably like a couple seats down, but I asked you about bus fare enforcement and the MTA's plans for it, specifically around the issue of the fact that the MTA right now stops the buses to do the fare checks. And I said, are you going to do really European style where the bus will move while that's happening? And you said that the operational model is being worked on by NYC Transit. You're examining it. Can they, what kind of environment do they need to do this in? And, give you a couple months, which is fair. And so now, 6 months later, I'm curious if you have a more hashed out idea of will the bus be in motion, or are people going to have to sit there and have their bus stopped while they're trying to get where they're going while these fare checks are happening?
Well, we have been putting this into effect on a pilot basis, so I'll let Demetrius talk about that.
So it's actually been going fairly well. The team has started rolling things out. We have the Eagle teams going out in smaller groups, spreading more out into the system. They are also now piloting tickets that are being done electronically, so giving summonses electronically. And part of the pilot will be doing it both while the bus is in motion, as well as what it takes to take people off. Our goal at the end is to be able to say, here's the data tied to both sides. Can we do it successfully with a bus in motion? How much time does it take with a person that's actually taking the customer's identification, entering the information, and issuing the summons back? And how does that affect altogether the customers that are getting on the bus? So we do plan on piloting both ways.
Okay. I might follow up with Tim for a couple of things on that. And then, just real quick, right now at City Hall and the City Council, they are arguing over the budget. And part of this argument is how to expand fair fares. You've got a couple different organizations that have suggested that City Hall do it one way or another. You've got the CBC saying to expand it to a certain degree, but don't give anybody free service. You've got Riders Alliance and people saying if you get fair fares right now, it should be free subway service, and then if you're up to 300% of what they have federal poverty level, make it the current fair fares deal. I'm just curious, does the MTA have any idea, do you guys want anything out of this?
Listen, Dave, credit where credit, you know the history. We've been advocates of fair fares from day one. We've been advocates of raising the eligibility threshold, even to the extent of where it's been raised to, because it has been raised, although in our view inadequately. And we are supporters of increasing it further. I'm not going to set an exact threshold. We don't, as MTA, we're respectful of the fact that the city doesn't have unlimited money for this, but we were always advocates for raising the threshold, and we continue to think that that is the number one priority. And we'll participate if we're, welcome with the council and the mayor's office in figuring out if there is a consensus for expanding fair fares, how to structure that. So, but our first priority is raising the eligibility threshold. It was from us that factoid about somebody who works 40 hours a week on minimum wage not being able to qualify. We have been the ones who been pointing that out, and we think that that's not right, and it should be dealt with.
All right, let's head across the harbor through the Zoom machine, sir, to Luke Peatley, who is standing by from the Staten Island Advance. Luke.
Hi, sir. State Assemblyman Michael Tanusa's proposed legislation, which would require the mayor to appoint a resident from each of the 5 boroughs to the MTA board, It was recently announced that it's been held in committee, keeping it from a vote. Just curious, what's your response to that effort to ensure a seat at the table for each of the 5 boroughs?
Well, we're not involved in the debate about that legislation, but right now the MTA board gives representation to entities that, that participating in funding the MTA. So, it certainly, the Staten Island is a subset of a jurisdictional subset of New York City. I think it's a little different to ask the state to put in law that the mayor has to, use one of his or more of his seats for particular areas, but that is up to the state legislature to figure out.
All right, let's go to Samantha Liebman. She's here from New York 1. Sam.
I was hoping that you could talk a little bit more about the preparations for extreme weather this summer, the pumps, the pumping trains, the AC on buses, and mechanics for those buses, especially the express buses.
Okay, so I got a briefing this week, which was impressive, about the work that the bus team has done to make sure to optimize AC operation in buses for the summer. They did their heavy heavy overhauls and checks and maintenance inspections of the AC systems actually over the winter, or well before this time, and now so that they would know that they could get them all done in time, and even with the constraints of other obligations. So that was very good news, and the results were that we have a higher level of AC readiness in our bus system than we've had before, and that's a good thing. So that's one thing. The other aspect that I think was the acquisition of the pump trains, the readiness for torrential rainfall and what it can do. It's demonstrated. That's a great thing. But we've also been working with the city and on a station-by-station basis to figure out what can we do to minimize the risk that stations that in the past have had serious water problems in those torrential rainfall scenarios don't. So there's a lot of work that's gone into that. We've asked the city to pay special attention. We've asked them to invest in the capacity of the stormwater management system, and to grow that capacity so that we don't get knocked out when there's more than 1.5 inches of rainfall every time. But in the meantime, we've asked them to work on clearing the siphons and the catch basins and all of the elements of the existing stormwater management system, so you minimize that risk. And we've actually worked with them since last summer on specific stations that have had chronic problems. Ultimately, this is going to require the city to make the big investment so that the water will never back up again the way it has. And I'm not sure we've solved that problem, but there is a good partnership on the first steps that would, I would say, improve our confidence that stations, especially in the 7th Avenue line, which chronically is the one that gets knocked out, the 7th Avenue line in Manhattan, that they don't experience similar conditions. So we've made a lot of progress, but the big issue remains to be done. And the other thing is we're advancing, I think we're advancing the climate resilience work on the Hudson line, which you go by, every day as you go to and from. Yeah. Well, you're in that neighborhood, as they say. But we've done a lot of work in sort of moving forward to make sure that the Hudson line, those resilience improvements to the Hudson line, both the slope, mitigating the risk that the slope will collapse onto the tracks, and raising the level of the track is going to be that work is going to move forward in this capital program.
All right, next up is we got to move on. Steve Nesson, the purveyor of the On the Way newsletter, is right here in person. Steve.
Hello, Chair. Just a quick follow-up on the Long Island Railroad contract. We heard Governor Hochul this week say
these raises don't require any extra taxes or fare hikes, and then you just said as much that the work rule changes you were hoping for didn't really come through. And the MTA budget planning docs note there could be a 2% fare
That's
pay
not
raise
new,
for the,
Stephen. You know that.
for the pay workers.
That's not
the-
new, Stephen.
That's the context. The question is, how does the MTA afford a 4.5% fare wage increase for the workers?
I think that the key point is that we've accommodated it in our overall budget planning for the whole system. It's not the budget is not a static document. We have a financial plan that will allow us, there are a lot of variables, but that are going to allow us to do that without extra fare hikes. And the extra is important, and I'm counting on, you guys making clear. We always, you know this, we've said it a million times, we always have planned for 2% per year fare increases. So we're not forcing, a larger fare increase as a result of this agreement.
Well, these are public dollars. How do you just explain to the public how you afford this 4.5 pay raise for the workers?
Steve. Asked and answered. Moving on to finance with Michelle Kasky of Bloomberg. Michelle.
Hi, Jano. So a week ago, your lawyer, Gary Delaversen, said that at that time, what it would cost the MTA, in agreement with the unions at that time, the back and forth, the MTA was what the MTA was offering would cost $133.8 million. Is that the same cost as of today? What has changed over the past week? Is that still?
I'll have to go back, and I don't have the context of that comment, which I don't think I was present for in my head, but we can answer the question.
But he said at the time, it was the same amount that the PEB had suggested, the same amount.
I think, Michelle, the bottom line was in the negotiations, we were offering the unions that that their members would receive in the fourth year the same amount that the PEB had recommended, but that it would be a combination of wage increase and lump sum and other features. That's what the point that Gary was making, was that in that fourth year, they would receive the same amount as the PEB recommended.
All right, down to the Hudson Pavilion. There's Jose Martinez from the city. Jose.
Thank you. Hi, Jano. Hi, everyone. Two questions. Number one, who had the bright idea to turn the light panels in Penn Station the colors of the Knicks, and how long will they stay on?
As long as they continue to win, Jose. We believe enough in juju that we're going to keep them on until they, at least as long as they keep winning.
All right. So if they never lose again, they're up until next season.
That's more or less correct. Yes.
All right. Second question. Could you speak a little bit more, please, as to what happened with the Bronx stations whose ADA upgrades had been caught up in yet another mess with Washington?
Okay, but this is not news. We did a full public report on the status of that project, as we have to. I think it was back in February, maybe in January. The point is that we went to Amtrak when we had to. Okay, all right. Okay, so rephrase the question, because I can't remember what you're getting at.
Okay, stretch the mic. Yeah, that was you said there was some good news in Washington.
Yes.
And that as part of the good news, the continuing stream of good news from Washington.
Yes.
I forget the figure. It's
$156 million.
Yes, 156. I almost said
Yeah,
165. Yeah. So that will get that thing up and going. What had happened there?
There was a grant that was approved, and for a long time, alone among the grants in that category that had been given out in the Biden era, that had been announced, I should say, in the Biden era, ours was held in the Secretary's office. That's what we were told. It was not moving. Every other grant in that category, the ASAP program, was moved along to the next phase. And delivered on, and that grant alone was being held. Recently, and just before coincidentally, just before Secretary Duffy was testifying in the Congress, the grant was released, and the steps were taken to actually make good on it. So that was the news that I was able to share. And Senator Schumer and Gillibrand issued a press release about it because obviously their encouragement played a role in achieving that result. Okay.
All right, we go to Ethan Stark Miller, representing AM New York.
And Jamie just asked me to mention the work is actually proceeding on those stations. Yeah.
Ethan.
Hi, Jano. So, I saw you all approved another purchase of diesel buses today. I know recently, I think maybe it was during state budget hearings, you talked about the electric bus conversion. I just wanted kind of an update on where things are at with that. I remember last year there was a purchase that was delayed. It's 500 or so were supposed to be bought between last year and this year. What's the status with those at this point?
I think that the point is that we're moving forward. We have to buy new buses. The buses are, there's buses that age out, right? And buying clean diesel, and clean is important because these are not, these have none of the level of emissions of diesel buses of another generation. We have to keep moving, and right now it's not a secret that the electric buses have struggled. The ones that we have been piloting at the Grand Avenue Depot and at least I think one other place have struggled to meet our performance standards in terms of how frequently they break down and other maintenance issues and performance issues. So we have continued to move forward with the buses, doing bus acquisitions. And we have a pretty limited pool of vendors that we can go to. So we use an existing contract in this case. Jesse, do you want to comment more?
I would just say on the broader issue, the impetus or the idea behind the rolling stock program is that exactly the problem you're describing, and we have a structural market problem, and we intend to help address that by introducing more suppliers and bringing more manufacturing into our ecosystem that we can take advantage of. So we're just getting started on that, and we'll have more to say soon. But exactly in the meantime, because a big solution to the climate challenge is public transit, we are moving ahead on acquiring buses when they're available and when we can get them. But a rebaseline coming soon.
All right, Evan Simcoe Bednarski's here from the New York.
You always make Evan
Daily
go
News.
last. Is he asked to go last?
Actually, he may not be last today, sir. We've had some other requests, so we'll see.
I appreciate having the last word regardless, Tim. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I had a question that I was set to ask. If you would be all right with it, I'd like to first ask something that just came to, I assume, all of our inboxes in the past 30 seconds. Breaking news, which is that the feds seem to have announced Halmar ASTM as the pick in the Penn Station bonanza, I think is the technical word. Can you comment on that?
Premature. I think my comments to staff earlier showed, kind of gave you where our heads were at. We have not been involved in that. We don't know what the proposal is. I understand it's supposed to be a P3, so one of the first questions is what are the financial commitments being made by a proposed developer? What equity are they putting on the table? What are the standards in terms of delivery or schedule that they're being, the commitments that are being made that their compensation is contingent on? Those are all features of a standard P3. So those are the kinds of questions that we're going to answer. And of course, we don't know what the design is at all. So we're finding out just as you will.
All right.
My question on Penn operationally, when there was the outage last week, it was sort of the perfect storm that LIRR had warned about when Tube 2 was first shut down. work on Tube 2 is about to wrap up, then there's a pause, and then Tube 1 will be shut down for another 13 months. What conversations have you had with Amtrak in the past couple of days? And, you know, there were a whole bunch of mitigations that were laid out. Are there mitigations you're going to ask for, modifications to those mitigations before Tube 1 shuts down, given what just transpired?
Well, I think the mitigation, there was no mitigation that could have prevented this from having a huge impact. That's why Rob, and I'm not going to ask you to come up, that's why Rob called out the fact that it was a huge risk to do a 24/7 shutdown as they were trying to get this work done. Because when we lost 2 tubes from this fire, we were down to 1, and basically Penn Station was shut down. This is exactly what Rob expressed concern about. But the main mitigations that were agreed to, I thought, was that Amtrak was going to do an independent evaluation of whether they had to do a 24/7 shutdown or whether it would be accomplishable with a night and weekend approach like the one we used on the L train. I don't know that that's happened, to have a third-party independent review. And whatever happens, that if in the end they are using the 24/7 approach, that they evaluate options for shortening the duration and specifically offer, incentives to the contractor to shorten the time that they're going to be in there before they deliver it back into service. Economic incentives do work with contractors. So those questions remain outstanding. We reminded Amtrak of those I would say commitments, because those were commitments that were made at one point to the governor, I think. Reminded them that those commitments remain outstanding, and now we'll have to see whether they're able to make good on them.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Rob, Jamie, Jesse, and Demetrius. Appreciate it. See you from Lower Manhattan.